Yeah. Salute, 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 salute. Top of the night. You know, baby. Welcome to the show, to the run the slow screw. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. More news, more news. Yeah. More Diddy blues. More and more and more. It's never ending. When will it end? When will it end? Understand? You know this don't stop. Rumor has it the legendary icon P. Diddy was going to purchase several companies and also suing several high-end liquor companies. Yes, Diddy was taking high-end companies to court. Tamiko show salute. Stay true. Safe travels, brother. I'm gonna take you all the way down. Believe that. Yeah. Allegedly, P. Diddy even had stock in Johnson and Johnson. Yeah. We're gonna be doing several deep analytic reviews on the show today. Speaking, dialoguing, understanding what's really going on. Is this a diversion? Is this a diversion? Is this a play? Is this a play for more money? You know, people do it all the time. They pretend very well. Perhaps this is another play for money. We see it all the time. People run plays for money. Mm. Mm. What's the latest play being ran for $1? What's the latest play being ran for a cash app? Can you tell me? Do you want to talk about it? What new play in the itty bitty community is being ran for another cash app? You know, a lot of these desperate motherfuckers. That's what it's about, you know? Salute, brother Hassan Tyree Show. Salute. Peace and love, brother. You know, what's the latest play being ran for a $2 holler? You know, when you're dealing with dope fiends, you know, they'll do anything, man. You motherfucker get on that dope and they get to acting, boy. They get to acting good. Even got their bitches in on it. A lot of acting. They got to keep these motherfuckers on pay. A lot of pretending, a lot of capping. It's a lot of capping, a lot of capping, a lot of extortion, a lot of pedophilia, a lot of sex offenders, a lot of sick people, bestiality. Ain't gonna take no lie. I met up with a certain person. Oh, there was quite a lot of lube, a lot of lube, a lot of lube, a lot of lube. You know, this lube thing is it's trending. You know, this lube thing is it's trending. What's the next play for $1 in the itty bitty community? Are they gonna expose the fact that they behind the scenes holding hands? What's the next play? Are they gonna expose the weak minds of the weak minded? What's the next play? Because I mean, I can expose everything, but I just invested in popcorn. I just invested in popcorn. I just invested in popcorn. Understand? 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 So sad what happened to you. I heard some fucking bird brain, fucking juicy juice brain bitch. Hey, I don't listen to, I I'm not subscribed and really tuned in to maggots like that. You know what I'm saying? So you don't really see me around maggots. You know what I'm saying? You know. But I heard this fucking gutter brain bitch. You know what I'm saying? Taking shots at me and my man. You know. And I step on maggots. I already done stepped on you one time. You know what I'm saying? I already stepped on you one time, man. You know, I hate to flatten the tires in that special ed bus you driving, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm special ed kids. You got to motherfucking drive around, bitch. I hate the motherfucking slash the motherfucking tires, hoe. And that tinted window bus you drive, bitch. Bitch, what you doing? Days in daycare, bitch? What you Super 8 daycare, hoe? What are you what are you, Super 8 daycare, bitch? What? Ramada in daycare, hoe? What? This a good ticket. Mm-hmm. Shithead bitch, don't you know? Bitch, don't you know I will flush you, bitch? I will flush out your room, bitch. I will flush your room out, bitch. Bitch, you player hating lame maggot, bitch. I don't even fucking know you, bitch. You listening to a hurt fuck nigga talk about me, bitch, and you wanna, is that what you trying to do? You listen to some hurt fuck niggas. You listening to some hurt fuck niggas. And weak bitches talk about me, so you try to pass that along, man. Pass me that hotel. Pass me that motel, not hotel. Pass me that motel, bitch. You are motel, bitch. You are truck stop, bitch. Don't you forget that. While you out there motherfucking thinking you motherfucking. This is good shit. Stupid bitch. Do you know you fucking talking to, bitch? Do you know? You fucking maggot. Do you fucking know? You know, I step on maggots for fun, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You really like, I wouldn't even like, you really like, I don't even think about you or that special ed motherfucker at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, retarded tricking. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? That ain't my, sh- hey man, salute. You know what I'm saying? I salute and keep going. I salute and keep going. I will flip. Karen, Karen, I will flush this whole, I will flush this whole room out. I will flush this whole room out. Like, I don't even know what made this motherfucking garbage ass bitch. Listen, bitch. I'm not a part of the special ed class, ho. Maybe you mad at me because you see me walking. You looking out the window and you see me walking by like to the real class and shit. You know, walking to lunch. You know, walking to the gym. You know, maybe you see. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is or something. Like, bitch, you see me walking by that special ed class you're in, bitch, with them slow motherfuckers, bitch. Maybe that's why you're so mad, bitch. You know, maybe that's the scenario or something. I'm assuming maybe that's where that came from or something, bitch. But guess what, though, bitch? You can't stop RONI, boo, bitch. I don't give a fuck what special ed trick you go get. You can go get the special ed trick with the best warehouse job and the biggest gangbanger in their mind. You can go get any one of these motherfucking suicidal, jealous bitch made niggas, trick special ed, dumb motherfuckers all you want, bitch. It wouldn't matter to me, bitch, because I wouldn't give a fuck, bitch, because I'm Cindy Rowdy, bitch. Dumb bitch. You was a dumb bitch when I met you, bitch. And you a dumb bitch right now. So guess what, bitch? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years from now, if you make it, bitch, you're gonna be a dumb bitch. Oh, your liver is black, bitch. Bitch, you have fucking motel daycare center going on, bitch. You don't want to motherfucking act right, bitch. You would think somebody with all those illegitimate babies in a fucking motel would have their life in order by now. But you stuck between a hard place, bitch. You ain't got no friends for real, bitch. You ain't really started getting paid till I hurt this bitch feelings. Now, did you? When we talk about that, it's a good tiger. Oh, this tea too hot. Tea too hot. Tea too hot. Oh, 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 wow. Tea too hot. Oh, wow. This tea is hot. Tea is so hot, bitch. I've been sparing this ugly fucking rock roller face bitch for so long, bitch. You know, I had them pictures of that fucking ugly bitch way before the Seattle faggot even went live and showed them. I just spared you, ho, because it was like, I'm tired of fucking picking on the fucking lame, loser, fucking trolls. I don't fucking like you, maggot motherfuckers. I'm not around you. I stay away from you. You don't know me. I don't know you. So how can you go and talk to somebody about me and you don't even fucking know me? And then the fact that you do know that I actually tried to warn you, maggot, and you still try to hate on me, maggot, because you a hating bitch. After I gave you an ultimate trick, bitch, I gave you the ultimate trick, bitch. Oh, this tea is so hot. Oh, wow. Oh, God. Oh. I gave you the ultimate trick, bitch, and you motherfucker still, you got the audacity. You got the audacity. How I flood your bitch ass room, bitch. I will flood that section, bitch. I will flood your sector, bitch. I will. Ha! Tea so hot. Oh, wow. Wow. Tea hot, bitch. You a dumb hoe, bitch. Retarded, bitch. I told you before, bitch. It's a big brain over here, bitch. You just a retarded hoe, bitch. Damn, bitch. I give you a trick. You ain't no better than that faggot asshole. Doing the same shit, bitch. Man, bitch. Listen, bitch. Don't act like you wasn't about to sit on my lap, bitch, while you up here doing all that motherfucking capping, hoe. But you was a weak bitch. You let a bitch come up out of nowhere and just boot you off the show, bitch. You had to run back, bitch. Remember, bitch? Or do we not want to play this game, bitch? I do remember you, hoe. Yeah, bitch. Quit acting. My tea is better than your tea. And my tea is more healthier and hotter, bitch. Bitch. Oh, sit down, bitch. I gave you the ultimate trick, bitch. And you got the audacity to motherfucking even speak, bitch. You first off, you shouldn't even be in no business, bitch. But that's what the ultimate trick does. They trick you. Oh, yes, the ultimate trick tricks you. You've been tricked again, bitch. I see you have a taste for tricks, bitch. Yes. Yes, bitch. My tea is better than your tea, bitch. Are you not listening, bitch? I release hoes, bitch. You can't afford to do that, bitch. Too many daycare kids, bitch. Too much daycare, bitch. You have too much daycare fee, bitch. You have too much daycare fee, bitch. Bitch, you been popping them babies out since you was 8, bitch. You in 12th grade, bitch. The other one in the 4th grade, bitch. What are you talking about, bitch? You the only bitch up here went to school with your kids, bitch. You the original LeBron. LeBron. Bitch, you the original LeBron, bitch. Fuck you in. Oh, you could have acted right, bitch. You could have acted right, bitch. You could have been a friend, bitch. But guess what? You chose to be a lame bitch. Just cause your mind weak, bitch, don't ever try to impute that dumb shit. I rebuke weak hoes, bitch. Smelly cat. I rebuke You weak bitches, bitch. You bitch, I'm gonna flood your room, bitch. I'm flooding your room right now, bitch. I'm flooding your room and I'm calling motel security. I'm calling Super 8 security. I'm calling Super 8 security. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do this. You listening to a hurt bitch and a hurt bitch nigga. What are they gonna say? What are they gonna tell you? You know, when somebody got your number and they hate on you, they clout chasing. They clout chasing. They player hating, clout chasing. It's full of shit. I gave you the ultimate trick. Bitch, you supposed to send me a gift card, ho. A motherfucking, an Apple card or something, bitch. You know, supposed to cash out me, bitch. I mean, what else could it be? You know, hey, bitch, let me tell you something. I'm gonna put a do not rent list on you, bitch. You're gonna be on the do not rent in all the Texas, bitch. All the Texas. Do not rent this bitch with all these motherfucking badass kids a fucking room. Don't let that special ed motherfucker pull up in that goddamn bus. Do you understand me? Since you can't control your bitch, since you can't control this motherfucking roller mouth bitch. Like, bitch, like, what the fuck do you get out? I ain't know me, bitch. I don't motherfucking know you like that, bitch, for you to be doing all that cap, ho. Like, ho, you fit in right along with them retarded motherfuckers. You full of cap, bitch. You a cap asshole. You a cap asshole. Listen, bitch. I move on to bigger and better things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you noticed, but the shit I don't want and leftovers be the motherfucking T-bone steaks to you trash motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. Y'all not even on a level that it can be for real for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, some crumbs is your dinners and shit. My crumbs is your dinners. You understand what I'm saying? That's the difference. You motherfuckers can't even read, right? You understand what I'm saying? Slaves to the system. Slaves to the system. Bitch, you a slave to the system, bitch. I will flood that cheap ass motel you in, bitch. You not even an out, bitch. I will flood that fucking room out, bitch. I will make you get all them kids toys up, ho, and move to another fucking sector, bitch. I will make you move to the other side of the motherfucking motel, bitch. I'll make you go to the other stop of that fucking Super 8 truck stop, bitch. Where you at, bitch? Using that motherfucking trick bitch. Using that. you, you at that motherfucking Super 8, bitch. You Super 8 T sipper. Bitch, you was a Super 8 T sipper, bitch. Quit acting like you ain't got a motherfucking bitch. If you don't get the fuck out of here with all that cap on, you don't get the fuck out of here, bitch. Like, really, bitch? The nerve of you to even attempt to try some faggot shit like that, ho. For the second or third time. Cause bitch, I remember when you was a dumb lost hoe. When I first met you, you just a dumb lost hoe. Every time I meet you, bitch, you a dumb lost bitch. Falling behind some more motherfucking maggots like you. Bitch, stuck in a motherfucking maze, bitch. You stuck in a circle, bitch. You can't get out, bitch. You go round and round to the same shit, bitch, cause you a dumb bitch. You can't get on track, bitch. You keep spinning around, bitch. You ought to be dizzy by now, ho. You got another hoe telling you what to do, bitch. You ought to be real motherfucking dizzy, bitch. Yo whole motherfucking weak ass motherfucking brain is stupid, bitch. You a stupid bitch. That's why you stuck right there with some more dumb motherfuckers, bitch. Cause you a dumb bitch like that, bitch. You a retarded bitch. That's what retarded hoes. Look, bitch, you a retarded bitch. You know that, right? You know that, right? Tea so hot. Oh wow, this tea is hot, bitch. You must forgot your trick. You know, at the time his big homie put it out there. He gave his wife what gonorrhea or some shit like that. This what had it on text message all there in front of it. So while you up here going around lying on me, ho, you must know your you must know the ultimate trick, bitch. You must know the ultimate trick. Is in print burning, bitch. Yo, Lo, what's
Hey,
up? What's up? What's up?
what's going on with
What's happening? What's happening?
you? Trying to move.
I heard that. You know what I'm saying? It's about that time, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything right for changing locations. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah,
We
with
talking
the
about yeah. We're
go
gonna
ahead.
get on the we're gonna get on the show. You know, we talking about Puffy. You know what I'm saying? We talking about you know, what's the catch to this whole thing? Like, is he being targeted or is he really this bad?
Oh, I don't know. It could be bad.
Could be bad. Hey, could be, could be.
Mm. No,
Let's
I
check
really
him
don't
out.
know because it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a whole lot. Like, it's so much to it because you remember how Madoff was really the fall guy. You know, remember that Ponzi scheme and all that stuff? He was, you know, he was really the fall guy. It was a lot of other people involved with that he didn't tell on.
Mhm.
And uh I think that when you get caught up in that, I think that's what they looking for, like what you're gonna say, what you're gonna do, because them people already embedded with the you know with the alphabet. So it's like they know what's going on. So it's on you to see what you gonna do, how you gonna play it.
Mhm.
Do you think do you think it's all about what you see right now?
I don't know. But what I don't understand is all that damn oil. What's the fuck? Is that real? Or is that some
Yeah,
just some? Oh, it was real.
yeah, yeah. That was a real that was a real statement.
So were they like
Yeah, that
gift
was a
pack?
real
I don't know what. I don't
that
know.
was a
You
real
know what?
real.
This is. I don't know. I'm still stuck on trying to figure out why the fuck he had all that damn oil.
Yeah, hey, I think that uh I I think he was, I've been hearing that he was gonna buy Johnson and Johnson. He had a lot of stock in that Johnson and Johnson. You know what I'm
You
saying?
think
And
he was gonna buy? You think he was gonna buy him out?
he was about to take
You about to
Johnson
buy him
Johnson
out?
like they
Oh, okay.
like how they do Ciroc. He was
Oh,
about to
okay.
take them to that next level too.
Mm.
Yeah,
But shit, why
go
when they
buy him
always
out.
get sued?
But then look, check this out. But look, check this out. 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 But for real though, for real, I'm about to tell you. He was about to sue the liquor companies. He was saying he was saying the liquor companies had certain type of patents and trademarks to where you couldn't do certain shit without fucking with them.
Mm-hmm.
And so he felt like they was blackballing him and his liquor brand. So he was suing certain companies. Now this is facts.
Mm-hmm.
And low stuff, um, I was just talking like, what I'm saying about what I'm saying. That's like that's a legend about that lotion in the Johnson Johnson. But for him to have 1,000, what I'm saying, for him to have 1,000 bottles of baby oil like that, he gotta be a real freak, and ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't see what's the problem. Like, it shouldn't be a crime to be a freak, you know what I mean? But
I mean, how freaky you gotta be?
when I say that, I don't know
Well, they.
about the kidnappings, the gun, the by force and all this kind of stuff, the trafficking. I don't know anything about all that. I'm just speaking on if somebody got a certain preference that they like, they should be able to enjoy their preference, uh, without being, you know what I'm saying, without being, indicted. That's a freaking motherfucker. 1,000 bottles of oil like that. God, yeah, that's a hell of a freak. That's a hell of a
That's.
freak.
I don't know. Maybe they was
That's a hell of a
gift bags out the way. I mean, on the way out the
freak.
door,
Yeah,
gift bags. Like,
that's a hell of a freak.
you want
Like
one now, don't you? I don't know.
that's Puffy might be the ultimate freak. Puffy might be the ultimate freak.
Oh no, I can't. I don't think I could put freak on $1,000.
Like
I mean, a
I've
thousand
never heard
bottles.
of
I can't put
I've
freak on
never
it.
heard
I
of
could
that
put.
much.
I could put.
I don't
Oh,
think Walmart got that much damn more.
mm, those is them on the way out the door gift bags. Like now you want
I don't
one,
think
don't you?
Walmart got 1,000 bottles in that motherfucker.
I don't know, but I shit hell. I don't know what to say about nothing because I don't know what's real and what's not no more. Don't think I ever did. It's crazy though.
Yeah, gotta be where it gotta be. Yeah, like it gotta be. Shit. I don't know. Gotta be something like that. It gotta be like you got a plug. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep your eyes open. Like you keep your eyes open. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's selling a whole lot of stuff. Like you know, like he's selling his mansion for 60 something million. He's selling
Mm.
he's selling his revolt stock. Like yeah, he out of there. Like yeah, he's selling a whole lot. So you know, it's somewhat like you know, it's a give and take game. You gotta think about this. He been running the airwaves. He been running the airwaves since like what 93, 94 or something like that. You know, he been running the whole rap game since 93, 94.
Mm-hmm.
And he got, you know what I'm saying? He's able to, you know, venture off into the movies, the liquor, the clothing, you know what I'm saying? Like he showed people, he set the trend. So all this stuff that's going on is like, you know what I'm saying? It's wild. You know what I'm saying? It's like, can you believe it or not? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I put my hand here.
yeah, salute to everybody tuning in.
What happened? Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh wow. Yes. Are you listening? Yes. Are you there? Yes. Are you listening? I am here. Back to the bitch. I was rudely interrupted. Sorry. I was my tea was boiling. I was rudely interrupted. I was rudely interrupted. My tea was boiling. Sorry. But I was attacked earlier this morning by some motel daycare broke bitch. I was attacked. Me and my bro were attacked. I don't understand. These YouTube scumbag bitches are so greedy, so lame. Oh, this tea is so hot. Wow, bitch. Man, make no mistake about it, you weak ass, dumb, trash ass, punk bitch. Oh, what you doing? I already done motherfucking seen and done, man, bitch. That shit was look. I fuck with them faggot motherfucker for a few days, bitch. You motherfucker been stalking ever since. Going on 4 years ago, faggot ass bitch. You dying for fake friends, and that's why that fuck you dying for fake friends. Like why that bitch paying for fake friends. Y'all the same faggot fuck niggas. Dumb bitch. You a retarded hoe. You ain't got no substance, bitch. You being ran by some trolls, bitch. You know, get your punk maggot bitch ass the fuck on. Who are you? Where are you? Where are you, bitch? Before I was really interrupted while you going around passing lies on me. Why that fuck nigga on the phone talking about what ain't true? Ha! Man, I am disgusted with you poo put motherfuckers. Like, really, I don't give you no time. I'm giving you a little time because I see you begging for it. So, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and just, I'm gonna be real minor with you right now. Cause I ain't really saying no names or nothing like that. But if you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? But if not, it's a fuck. Bitch, you are a fucking mutant, bitch. You are a fucking mutation. You better get the fuck away from me. I am normal. Good tea. I'm trying to figure out like what possesses you maggots to even come around with the dumb shit. It was originally 4,000. What he had left is what they found. Damn. Stay true. That's crazy about that Diddy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. But you're right though. You gotta think about it. He definitely had to have more than they found. Yeah, I think about how much they took home. Shit, that nigga he had to be making some kind of dope or something. It got to be some shit like that. Like it got to be something like for that amount of baby oil. They tying that baby oil to some kind of manufacturing dope company or something. They might have been using that baby oil for a cut, some type of cut in it or some shit. You know, I ain't gonna tell you no lie now. I love a bitch shined up, man. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. God damn. One bottle should last at least a month, if not 3 months. One bottle should last at least 1 to 3 months, depending on the body size. Now, if that nigga freaking off with some fat bitches, if that nigga freaking off with some fat bitches, then yeah, I understand. You might need 1,000. If he if he got 1,000 of them, if he got 1,000, look, if he got a few of them things now, you know, if he got a few of them, what that girl name? What that girl name was? I had made a song about. I forgot her name, but I made a song about. Anyway, if he got a few of them, then maybe he might need 1,000. He might need 1,000, maybe, or about it. You know what I'm saying? He say that big, yeah, nigga. Yeah, that's her. That's her. That's that's her. That's her. Now, if he's sitting on probably about 2 or 3 of them motherfuckers, that but he might need them. You know, he might need them. But that's the boo though. That's the boo. That's the boo. That's the boo now. Y'all don't get it twisted. That's the boo. That's the boo. Don't get it twisted now. That's the boo. That's the boo. Don't get it fucked up. That's the boo. I'm off of that. I'm off of that. I'm off of that. I am off of that. I'm off of that. Off of that. I'm off of that. I'm off. I am off of that. Yes. So, so, man, I'm minding my business, man. You know, and I'm talking about, man, like for real, man. Like, I be, I'm talking about for real. Listen. I'm minding my business, and you know, the bat signal go off. The bat signal goes off. I said, damn, something went there. I'm like, what? Really? I check it out. I'm like, damn, man, I ain't saying nothing about this bitch at all. I thought this bitch, I sent the bitch kids a birthday present, bitch. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Bitch, I done sent you a goddamn bitch. Bitch, I done helped you and another hoe out. You know what I'm saying? You would think, motherfucker get appreciation for that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got to do it. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody's got to do it. You know what I'm saying? See, one thing about me, right? I'm not gonna motherfucking get stuck on no lame motherfucker, man. When I see a motherfucker don't want to act right, no bullshit, no, you know what I'm saying? Don't want to comply, don't want to play the rules, don't want to play by the rules, don't want to motherfucking comply, don't want to motherfucking be a man of their word, so on and so on. And that's not just a man, but I'm just saying woman, man, whatever. Any kind of fuck shit that I see that's detrimental in the future, I get away from it. Stay away. I don't have no problem with that. The most what I be around some bullshit for 2 weeks. That's the most y'all got on me is off and on around some motherfucker some trash for 2 weeks. Man, y'all motherfucker dedicate your life to bullshit. How in the hell is you even on my time, bitch? Your whole mind is on a crackhead and a crystal meth addict. And you take orders from trolls. Bitch, you ain't got no bitch. What bitch? You serious, bitch? Like, how is it? Like, you think you bitch, I gave you this trick, bitch. What the fuck is you talking about? Like, bitch, I gave you this trick. This how you know what I'm saying? You just a riding, like, seriously. Seriously. Yes, bitch. Yes. Whew. The tea. Yes, tea lady. Huh. Good tea lady. Huh. Bitch, you're trash. You're trash. You're a trash bitch. You are trash bitch. Sorry. You're a trash bitch. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you want me for content? You want me for content, bitch? You're trash. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pure, yes, pure maggot. Pure maggot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes, Miss Kitty Divine. Salute. I'm sipping on some tea, girlfriend. Sipping on some tea right now. And it's hot. I'm blowing off this tea right now. Yes, I was attacked, Miss Kitty. This bird brain bitch attacked me. This Super 8 daycare worker bitch. Motel 6. Motel 6. Bitch, you are a Motel 6 daycare supervisor, bitch. You are a Motel 6 daycare supervisor, bitch. Motel 6 daycare supervisor. Bitch, I will flood your fucking room. I will flood your room, bitch. Make you get up all those fucking duckies out of here, bitch. I will make you get all those fucking duckies, all those Megatrons, bitch. Everything Stones he bought, bitch. For you and the babies, bitch. I will get it all out of there, bitch. I will flood your fucking room, bitch. Ooh, this some good tea, girl. It's some good tea. Handyman sounding bitch. Bitch, you sound like handyman, bitch. Deuce running. Oh, wow. Queen Gigi for the win. Wow. Caramel for the win. Wow. Everybody in. Tomiko. Wow. Stay true. Wow. Kitty Divine. Wow. Deuce running. Wow. This Gatorade gin and juice hot stuffed crust. This stuffed stale crust pizza bitch speaks on Roni like she knows Roni. She knows nothing about Roni. Then she goes and says me and a fucking moron. She's passing lines out now. Me and a fucking moron saying me and a fucking moron fucking the same bitch. This dude never even met this fucking maggot bitch. But yet you say these lies. So you repeat lies. Another weak bitch told you. Another fuck nigga told you. So therefore you are a weak bitch. You got my number, bitch. Don't act like you never been on the phone with me, bitch. Don't act like we never talked offline. How good is your tea, bitch? My tea's good, bitch. It's good. But you need to do pussy inspections, ho. All them motherfucking niggas coming out that motherfucking pussy, bitch. Mm. It's a lot of goddamn shit coming out of that pussy. A lot of shit coming out of that boy. A lot of shit coming out of that boy. Bitch, you got a goddamn Krispy Kreme box, bitch. Bitch, how many, how many Krispy Kreme boxes I gotta buy, bitch? Bitch, how many Krispy How many, oh, wow, bitch, how many goddamn donuts they eat, bitch? Goddamn, bitch, how many fucking donuts? Damn, bitch. Bitch, bitch, talking about she wants five half dozen boxes. Five, five half dozen boxes. Bitch, five half dozen boxes. What are you doing? Five half, bitch, you want five half dozen box Krispy Kreme? It's for the kids, bitch. Ah, god damn. Gotta buy all this. I gotta buy. God damn, bitch. I just wanted to fuck. God damn, bitch. Hey, god damn. When you getting out of here? I just wanted. I just wanted a threesome. Ah, I just wanted a. I just wanted a threesome. This bitch won't leave. God damn. God damn. How many happy meals? I'm. Huh, how many happy meals I gotta buy? God damn. Bitch, I need a sprinter van, bitch. God damn. You know, I'm gonna be real light. I'm gonna be real light. I'm gonna be real light. Cause this nigga know. This nigga know. This nigga know. And I can see if this bitch left you, you know, just smuttered herself out like the usual YouTube bitch, you know. But nigga, you right beside this maggot hoe. So anything she say, bullshit, not whatever, nigga, it's gonna look like your dumb, stupid bitch ass got something to do with it. But that's what you get for getting some shit you can't control. See, you love you love taking on obstacles. You know, you like them obstacles. You know, and that's cool, man. Yeah, everybody, we all love a challenge. We all love a challenge sometime. But, you know, I'll tell you something. You put down your wife to play with these bird brain motherfuckers. We all seen it. You out of control, you slipping, son. You are losing control. Oh, Ronnie, I just wanted a threesome. The bitch tricked me. Now she's stuck. She won't leave. I've been paying for hotels. Bitch driving me crazy. I can't even get a food stamp steak off the bitch. Yeah, man. Let me tell you something, nigga. I don't fuck with y'all. I don't talk about y'all, none of that shit. Especially y'all. The fact that you let some garbage fucking YouTube smut hoe thirsty say anything, do anything for some clicks. That's why she fucking with trash. Hey, that bitch is a geek monster hoe. She's a geek monster YouTuber. Maybe you forgot. Maybe you forgot. You know. But like I said though, that's why I'm here. I'm here to straighten out all wrongs. Trust and believe. Everybody will be straightened according to what they do, especially when they come to me. I don't know what you and this faggot bitch got going on. I don't give a fuck personally. But the fact that I'm on your bitch mind more than you, I'm on your side bitch mind more than you. You might have a problem, son. Just don't get it. I didn't raise you to be like that. You know, I tried to change you. You know, you came in. You know, I was warned already not to fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? You and me both know this. I took you in. Took you in. You paid rent now, no doubt, but I took you in nevertheless. So, you know, whatever you got going on, son, that's your business, man. Don't make it mine. Your responsibilities are not my responsibilities. Remember that. Understand, son. You let a weak ass YouTube bitch play you out of pocket, play you out your life. You understand? Play you out your livelihood. That bitch ain't got nothing to lose. You let some gutter brain trash out trick you because you desperate. Because you desperate. You know you don't want me to start talking, bro. You know you don't want me to talk. You know you don't want me to talk. You know you don't want me to talk. Now, I'm gonna tell you like this. You said some things I heard them. Whether you took it down or not, you did say some things. And I said nothing about you publicly, online, at all. None whatsoever. You know, I don't even think about you. I got a show over here. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know I don't backtrack. You know this. But you choose to put trash in my business. That's why I can't fuck with you. That's just the bottom line. Don't matter. But you know I know what's up. And you know you can say what you want to say. Cap, lies, whatever. Don't matter. You know the facts is over here. You can pretend to be goddamn whatever you want. And that's fine. That's your that's your right to motherfucking be whatever you want to be. But don't ever get it fucked up, son. Don't ever get it fucked up, son. You know. Am I there? Hello? Yes, I'm back. Thank you. Now, all I was saying was, since a weak ass bitch wanna start her show throwing little shots at me and my niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, bitch, I gave you a whole trip. You know what I'm saying? I'm disgusted, disappointed. I have no use or anything to discuss or even fuck with this nigga. Or you, really. You know what I'm saying? I got the prize, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You 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 snuck in the snake pit, bitch. You stuck in that snake pit, ho. Misery love company, bitch, and that's all you is. You a motherfucking fat, nasty, trash, piece of shit, low budget, motherfucking bum, maggot, bitch. A bird brain dumb hoe on YouTube, sucking blood, bitch. Oh, you gotta be the dumbest bitch. Well, you ain't deep. You one of the dumbest bitches for sure. Definitely one of the dumbest bitches online, bitch. You have a channel and you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, bitch. What are you talking about? Like, did you really think? Did you really think that you was gonna disrespect my team because you got a weak ass trick fuck nigga? You understand? Hello. Yes, I'm here. Where was I? You know what I'm saying? Man, I got a lot of stuff going on. So I'm gonna be real brief, direct, and light as I can be about this shit. This shit is deep. This shit is deeper than YouTube. It's beyond return. I don't even know why this nigga would even entertain uh some silly ass shit like that. But he clearly is trying to commit career suicide. That's the only thing I can think of. He is trying to commit career suicide. That bitch ain't got a career. That bitch is a man. She is a career killer. She is a dream killer. She is a player hated maggot bitch. And I will step on you. I will step on you. I will crush you. I will leave maggot juice on the ground. Y'all got some motherfucking rims on that slow bus. Got a paint job on that slow bus. Y'all goddamn. It's still a slow bus. I don't give a goddamn what you put, how you decorate the motherfucker. It's still a slow bus. You'll never get off on the right turn. That's why you're gonna keep going around in circles, in circles, in circles. Listen up, maggots. You'll know payback when you see it. I have no desire or any kind of, you know, urge to fuck with whole niggas and weak bitches at all. I have no desire in me whatsoever to wanna even be on a panel with any fuck nigga or no pussy ass bitch. You understand what I'm saying? So to play with me and all that bullshit and I don't even fuck with you like that bitch, you know, I ain't gonna keep on trying to motherfucking, you know, rescue a dumb hoe, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna do all that hoe. Bitch, you supposed to be eating your snacks, bro. You supposed to be sitting back, you know, getting to the bag, bitch. Eating gummies, bitch. Eating gushers, hoe. You know, you supposed to be sitting back, bitch, doing what you do. Oh, you a gusher and Dorito breath, bitch. And you know this. Oh, your breath smell like gushers and motherfucking Doritos, bitch. Why you acting like you ain't that? I guess when I put, you know, this what got the whole, this what it all see. When I put that whole, all them goddamn badass chillin' bitch. When I put that whole EBT receipt up. When I showed everybody what that hoe had on that EBT card. See, when they seen that bitch EBT card, seen that bitch had all them thousands up here on that EBT. See, that's why I guess that's why the bitch came at me like that. You know, I guess that's why the bitch came at me like that. I don't know. I don't know. Put her EBT balance out there, and you know, bitch, I wish I could get that much money on the EBT card, bitch. Fuck you too, 'em. 'Talking. 'About? 'Talking. 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 That's what I guess that's what set that hoe off or something. I don't know what made that bitch say something to me. But end of the day, bitch, respectfully, man, I don't even think about you like that. But you've been trying your best to get in any kind of business I got going on, telling lies on me, player hating on me, doing the same hoe ass shit. Your special ed fuck nigga trick, dude. And that nigga know he know better, man. It's sad. He a sad nigga. That's all right though. That's all right. That's all right. Uh, I'm gonna get back to Diddy. Take that, take that. I'm gonna get off that lame asshole. Like I said, I don't know what possessed that bitch to do the shit she do, but the bitch clearly. And I'm being light now. I'm telling you, I'm being light. This is a light, calm. It's just a smooth talking to you. I ain't trying to, hurt no feelings or nothing. I'm just being real. I'm just showing everybody, hey, look, I'm holding back a lot. And it's like, okay, bitch, I don't think you want to do that because there's so many lives involved. I don't know, maybe that retard don't know how to communicate with you, outside of, you know, he might not know how to communicate with you outside of that.
Submit to me. That's why you submit to me.
Yeah. Maybe that's the only thing he knows how to tell you. Yeah.
That's why you submit to me.
Bitch asshole. Bitch. You stay out of grown folk business. Do you understand me, little weak asshole? Your trick is hurt right now. He's he's having withdrawals from RONI. He's upset right now. He's in his feelings right now.
That's why you submit to me.
I tried to shelter my son. I tried to shelter my son from it, but this is what he wanted. He chose the thug life. He chose the thug life. My son chose the thug life. Son, you chose the thug life. Now, you've been talking too much, son. You've been putting your own little twist on things. Son, I don't have a problem with that, but when I find out about it, that's when I got a problem. Son, I'm gonna go easy on you. I'm not gonna do nothing. Just letting you know, son, since our departure, a lot more has came. You understand, son? If I was you, I'd find something safe to do. Find something safe to do. I'd tighten up. Like, find another tea maker. Cause that bitch is gonna get you fucked off.
That's why you submit to me.
You understand me? All right, man. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Much love, much love, much love. Deuce, deuce, caramel. Stay true. Keep it defined. Queen Gigi. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to the show. Puff Daddy, Biggie Smalls, Junior Mafia, represent, baby, baby. All right, let's go to Associated Press. Let's go to let's go to something new. We have an update on the Tyree Nichols case. Martin testified as he beat Tyree Nichols, then lied to cover it up. Let's subscribe to WREG News Channel 3.
And U.S. prosecutors surrounding that plea is under scrutiny.
WRG's April Thompson has been our reporter in the courtroom on the scene. She's live now with the very latest. Fill us in on today, April.
Greg, Stephanie, plenty of cross-examination by the defense today. The three attorneys for those three officers looking for inconsistencies in what former Scorpion Unit Officer Emmett Martin told the feds, who offered him a deal in exchange for his help with their case. It's a plea deal that has former Memphis police officer Emmett Martin taking the stand. And testify in the trial of his fellow Memphis Police Scorpion Unit members. To Darius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. But attorneys for the three officers spent much of Wednesday trying trying to poke holes in the statements Martin gave to prosecutors. From changes in how he exaggerated, Tyree Nichols pulling for his gun, to whether Demetrius Haley kicked Nichols in the head or the torso. Attorneys picked apart what Martin said piece by piece. Also reminding him that his plea agreement could be in jeopardy if it's discovered he is being untruthful. Justin Smith's attorney, Martin Zumach, honed in on the video of the or kicks he gave Nichols. Justin, another side of his that Smith was
Emmett Martin was also charged in the case, but took a plea. And now what he said to the FBI and U.S. prosecutors surrounding that plea is under scrutiny.
WRG's April Thompson has been our reporter in the courtroom on the scene. She's live now with the very latest. Fill us in on today, April.
Greg, Stephanie, plenty of cross-examination by the defense today. The three attorneys for those three officers looking for inconsistencies in what former Scorpion Unit Officer Emmett Martin told the feds, who offered him a deal in exchange for his help with their case. It's a plea deal that has former Memphis police officer Emmett Martin taking the stand and testifying in the trial of his fellow Memphis Police Scorpion Unit members, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. But attorneys for the three officers spent much of Wednesday trying to poke holes in the statements Martin gave to prosecutors, from changes in how he exaggerated Tyree Nichols pulling for his gun to whether Demetrius Haley kicked Nichols in the head or the torso. Attorneys picked apart what Martin said piece by piece, also reminding him that his plea agreement could be in jeopardy if it's discovered he is being untruthful. Justin Smith's attorney, Martin Zumock, honed in on the video of the officers describing how they hit Nichols, but Martin doesn't chime in anything about the face punches or kicks he gave Nichols. Zumock saying it was because Martin knew if he had Justin Smith would have turned him in. Martin denies that. Zumock at some point seemed to aggravate Martin to a degree as they battled back and forth over what he said to prosecutors and what he remembered. We also got some insights into the now defunct MPD Scorpion unit. Martin saying it was data driven, and if you didn't meet your numbers, you could be sent back to your precinct. Saying Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, who was over the unit during the Tyree Nichols incident, was more hard driven than the previous lieutenant, wanting more arrest. And we also know more about Martin why he said he was already angry when he spotted Tyree Nichols that night back in 2023. He said he and Haley had already had two misses that night. One was executing a warrant, and the person they were looking for when they went there was not there. So that was one thing. The other, he said they got a tip that Glock switches were being sold in an apartment complex in Binghamton. But that hit home for him because his daughter and her mom live in that apartment complex. Now, Martin's testimony has ended. After him came Demetrius Haley's ex-girlfriend. She testified that Haley texted her a picture of a badly injured Nichols from the scene that night. We also heard from dispatch about what officers radioed in that night that Tyree Nichols was beaten. And on the stand right now, a paramedic who came to the scene that night, on the scene where Tyree Nichols was, he said, "I tried to do everything for Mr. Nichols. He was unresponsive the whole time." Reporting for your news leader in downtown Memphis, April Thompson, WREG News Channel 3.
They must believe they've got the goods on this. And as you said, they've been incredibly deliberate. We've Been expecting this indictment really since the first.
Okay. That Tyree Nichols situation is hard to watch. Uh, I hope he gets the justice that's deserved. Those cops were so out of line. Plea deals and all. It's crazy. Let's go to Law and Crime. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's my review. Law and Crime Network. Johnny Depp's lawyer reacts to P. Diddy criminal indictment. Very bad. That like button. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Shout out to the chat.
First raid, much less the second raid, and they really must have their ducks in a row here.
We're going to continue our discussion about the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs with an attorney who knows a thing or two about representing high-profile individuals. Ben Chu, who famously represented Johnny Depp in his civil lawsuit, is going to come on and give his perspective on this brand new case. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, so we're still breaking down the news of the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs. It's still kind of remarkable to think about. We had been covering this since November of 2023 when he was sued by Cassandra Ventura. And all the way now, he has now been indicted. And this is not a surprise. We knew this was going to happen. There was reporting for months that this 54-year-old media mogul would be the target of a criminal investigation, that his homes in LA and Miami, they were raided by federal agents back in March. A grand jury in New York was impaneled. He had been hit with numerous lawsuits alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking. There were rumors that those alleged victims were cooperating with federal prosecutors. And then last night, Sean Combs was arrested out in New York City. The reporting indicates that he was taken into custody last night by federal authorities at the Park Hyatt Hotel, that he had actually come to New York knowing that these charges were about to come, knowing that he was about to be indicted. And remember, this comes after a grand jury indicted him, and that is what we're talking about. That a grand jury indictment was unsealed today. It is a 14-page filing. Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, charged Combs with 3 counts. Racketeering conspiracy, so essentially that Combs operated a criminal enterprise that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice. He's not individually charged with those crimes. These are known as predicate crimes that are part of the overall criminal enterprise, and that he used certain methods like coercion, threats, physical violence, sexual violence, guns, drugs, to do what he wanted. And a large discussion of this is about freak-offs, when he would allegedly threaten and lure women to engage in sex acts with male commercial sex workers. We'd heard things about this before in other lawsuits, but now that is making up a criminal charge. Now, he's also charged with sex trafficking of a victim by using force or coercion or fraud to have that person engage in commercial sex acts. He is also charged with transportation of people for purposes of prostitution. So those are 2 separate charges right there. And these are very serious. It's our understanding, racketeering could be 20 years in prison. The sex trafficking could be 15 years to life. So he is essentially looking at, if he's convicted, maybe spending the rest of his life behind bars. That's how serious this is. So with such a high profile case, a celebrity defendant, I want to bring on somebody who knows about this. I want to bring on friend of the show, Ben Chu, who famously represented Johnny Depp not in a criminal context, in a civil context, represented him in his lawsuit with Amber Heard. But Ben, so good to see you. I want your perspective, in a minute about representing high-profile people that are in these kinds of situations, legal situations. But before we do, this indictment, was it what you thought it was going to be? Was it worse? What did you take away from it?
Well, Jesse, thanks for having me on again. As we were discussing before the show, it was very bad, but it was also conspicuous for some of the things that it didn't have. Some of the allegations that we'd heard of about minors were not included in this indictment, which is curious. But what is in the indictment is devastating.
And you know what's interesting about it is that this indictment, it's comprehensive, but it's bare bones in terms of you don't know what the evidence is. In a separate filing, the prosecutors filed, it's a letter to the judge asking for why they think Combs should be detained before pending trial, denied bail. And they say, we've interviewed 50 victims and witnesses. We have looked at all this surveillance footage, all of this digital evidence, and you could see how they've built up a substantial case, which I guess is not surprising why it took so long for an indictment to come forward. What I do think is interesting is this probably wouldn't have happened without the civil suits first being filed, right?
Yeah, that's two great points. One, I think clearly the civil plaintiffs were cooperating with the Southern District. And the other point you touched on a little earlier, I think we all expected more of a speaking indictment. In other words, more than this fairly bare bones approach. But it sounds like the prosecutor took a very strategic approach and purposefully kept this a little less detailed and gave himself more flexibility, while in the letter making it clear to the court why he should not be allowed free pending trial.
As you can tell, since this Combs news broke out, I've been talking with a lot of really great legal minds out there about the case, and you're watching it right now, what to expect and so on. It makes you think it's really important to have a really good lawyer, and when you need one. So how can I talk about that without calling out Morgan & Morgan, our amazing sponsor, America's largest injury law firm? Look, if you're injured, this firm with over 1,000 attorneys may be who you want in your corner. Multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements. Their clients get a dedicated army that includes a legal team, case investigators, paralegals, customer case specialists. There's no upfront fee. You only pay them if you win. And the whole process can be done straight from your smartphone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. In this indictment and even in the letter, there's no mention of a Cassandra Ventura or Rodney Jones. None of these alleged victims are named. It's more broad that it's multiple victims and that he would do this. And it's a pattern, alleged pattern over years. And when you see a racketeering case like this, when you hear a criminal enterprise, that is now becoming, in a way, a more common charge. I mean, we saw it against R. Kelly. We're seeing it here. What do you make of that specific charge? Because it actually makes up the majority of this indictment.
Yeah, they must believe they've got the goods on this. And as you said, they've been incredibly deliberate. We've been expecting this indictment really since the first raid, much less the second raid. And they really must have their ducks in a row here.
Let me ask you a question. There was raids simultaneously. There was one in LA and one in Miami. But let me ask you this: in terms of the civil cases, they're still ongoing, except for Cassandra Ventura. They're still ongoing. How does this indictment affect the civil cases?
Great question. I've got a similar situation right now involving. We have a client with a case against ASAP.
Peace. We right now we just on discussion. Puff Daddy was denied bond the second time.
Okay.
They bringing in new allegations, new people. He's also found with guns with scratch off serial numbers.
Hmm.
Over 1,000 bottles of baby oil, as you've heard. What could one man be doing with that much baby oil? Gotta be in the fat bitches.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be in the fat bitches. Yeah. Man, I had this $2 bitch talking shit about me earlier.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's $2 bitch, you know what I'm saying? She up here. Man, they got this bitch documented on YouTube, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Begging for $2. You know what
Oh
I'm
damn.
saying? Yeah, $2 bitch, man. Bitch. I knew I sent the bitch a trick. I knew, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That bitch done went crazy. You know what I'm saying? That bitch done went crazy. I sent the bitch a trick. I knew. You know what I'm saying? That bitch lost her motherfucking mind. She ain't never got this much money. She ain't never got this much money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know, some
Deuce
people,
deuce
you know
salute.
what I'm saying? Some people you throw a blessing to them and they, you know what I'm saying, turn it into a rotten egg, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. That's why it's like, you know, man, I you know what I'm saying, like the stuff I done seen and went through and stuff, man, like, you know, it's crazy. Like I'm serious, man. I literally gave this bitch a blessing, man. Like I ain't give you know what I'm saying? Like nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
that motherfucker cancer. That motherfucker cancer to my program. So
Damn.
maybe he, you know what I'm saying? You know, maybe the motherfucker trick might be a benefit to you. And
Right.
so I get this bitch this trick and this whole sit up here and act like it ain't what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. They say Puffy is Illuminati.
I thought he
Puff
was.
is an They say Puff is an Illuminati commercial. Say Sadist. Let's say Deuce Deuce Runner says Sadist disrespect a woman, that nice freaky ass nigga. You a 69 guy.
What often happens in the civil cases is that the defendant in the criminal case will move to stay the civil action on the grounds that he or she might incriminate himself if he or she had to testify in a civil deposition. And it is often the case in California, for example, where we're litigating a similar matter, that the courts will stay the civil actions. Now, that may vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and it may also depend on how far along the civil case is. So, for example, if the civil case is pretty far along, the civil judge might be less inclined to stay the case pending resolution of the criminal trial.
Because in a civil context, they could defendant could be compelled to testify.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so it could compromise his constitutional rights in the criminal context. And I think judges tend to be very sensitive to that possibility. Now, on the other side, you've got the civil plaintiff who has other witnesses she might want to have
Mm. What happened? Everybody cut out.
I was just thinking about something. Assuming for a moment that the people who've sued him are making up the majority of these cooperating witnesses, when they take the stand in a criminal trial, in order to cross-examine them, they'll be cross-examined about their civil suits, right? Like, you have something to gain with my client being found guilty, right? You're suing him, right? That's a common cross-examination tactic, right?
Oh yeah, no, and I think that I think doubtless they will try that. I don't know how far that gets you, because I think that the natural answer to, well, you're just here because you want to get money, the answer to that is going to be, no, I'm here because your client damaged me. So I mean, I think it is a good line of cross-examination, but I think it's one that will have a real answer, which is no, I may be suing him, but I'm really here because he committed, he damaged me. He committed this crime against me.
Do you know what was significant to me reading this this indictment and also thinking about it in general is one thing to say somebody sues somebody else, lower standard, lower burden of proof, it gets through. We have to see what a jury will decide, or maybe a judge. But for prosecutors who are filing criminal charges against Sean Combs, where it seems they believe what, at minimum, one of the accusers has to say. Like, if you're looking at this, it's clear to me. I don't know if it's clear. It's clear to me they believe Cassandra Ventura, even though she settled the lawsuit with him. The fact that they mentioned the freak offs is what she mentioned. The fact that they talk about the 2016 video of Sean Combs allegedly beating Cassandra Ventura in that hotel elevator bank hallway, which we all saw, was published by CNN. They mention it in the indictment. The fact that you have prosecutors believing the civil claims of these alleged victims, that is really significant. And I think also, if she hadn't settled the case, or with respect to people who haven't settled the case, it might make their claims so much stronger and would actually maybe, I don't know, persuade a defendant to try to settle it quickly, or maybe it would make, I don't know. It makes me, it's just something I thought, that you have prosecutors now believing this enough to substantiate criminal charges.
That's a great point. It's really going to help. Obviously, Cassandra's case is over and settled, but it certainly will be a boon to the other civil plaintiffs. That's a really strong point.
What do you think about the idea that he is the only one charged right now? Damian Williams, who is the United States attorney, said that, look, nothing's off the table. They might hit him with more charges. They might charge other people. But it seems like when I'm reading this, a lot of this is based upon witness testimony of people who were in his orbit and not just the victims or the alleged victims.
Yeah, I think it reflects a desire to keep it as simple as possible because it's a high-profile target, and they want to make sure they have a very clean shot at it. I think that's one of the reasons it took them so long to do this indictment and why they made it sparing. They just didn't want to make any missteps, and it doesn't appear that they have.
Ben, what are the complications of representing a celebrity like this? And I think it could be the same, and whether it's a criminal context or a civil context, you're going to need a jury. You're going to need to have them look at him a certain kind of way, despite what the allegations are. I imagine representing somebody as high profile as a Sean Combs or even, a Johnny Depp, even though we're talking about two separate things here, it's more challenging, right? And what do you do?
It is more challenging, and my partner Camille Vasquez and I, dealt with that with Johnny, and we dealt with that with some of our other clients, because you're not just dealing with, in this case, criminal charges, or in other situations, in Johnny's situation, the civil case. You're also dealing with the brand and reputation of the client. So to the client, that may be as important as the civil case or the criminal count. I think as lawyers, Bessie, you and I would err on the side of preserving the legal rights. But when you're representing somebody like this, you have to bear in mind that they're constantly thinking about their image, their brand. And you have to really talk that through with your client in a way that you don't with an ordinary client who's charged criminally is only going to be concerned really with what's before him, whereas with somebody like Diddy, you're dealing with his brand. Although I think these particular charges are so serious, if I'm representing him, the only thing that matters is going to be trying to extricate him or mitigate the punishment that's coming his way, because he's not going to have a brand if he's sentenced to life imprisonment.
Yeah, you can already see the damage he's taken from a reputational point of view, a financial point of view, just from the allegations. That's, you put that to the side. The idea of how would he even get a fair and impartial jury? These allegations are stunning. And then you have to convince this jury that he not only he's not guilty of this, but you're also asking them to enter a certain kind of world, right? I mean, I was talking about this before with Brian McMonigal. You could say Sean Combs, he never even had any of these parties. He was never engaged in any of it. He was nowhere near it. Or you say, yeah, he was partying. He had people around, but they consented to everything. He never forced anybody to do anything. And you're inviting people into this world of celebrity that they might not be used to. And that can work for your defense, right?
I think it absolutely can work for your defense. And I think you really have to own that. Putting aside the issue in the criminal case of whether you're going to have your client testify, I think you have to own that. You absolutely, in light of the evidence is going to come in and is already out there, you are going to have to explain to the jury, this is not an ordinary person. He has more money than you can imagine. He has a lifestyle that's different. You may not approve of that lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen, but having that lifestyle is not a crime. He really has to own as much of that as he can that is not criminal. Obviously, so it's a needle that needs to be thread. But I think to the extent that his counsel can own that and have his client take some responsibility, I think that enhances his chances. I think the problem here is we've seen that video. That's not just having a nice lifestyle or partying. That's physical abuse, and those kinds of videos, they speak 1,000 words, and they're unbelievably damaging.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'm going to pull something up right now. In the government's application or the government's letter to the judge saying that the bail should be denied, setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage devices, as well as over 30 electronic and storage devices, including surveillance system. And the electronic data comes from the defendant himself, as well as co-conspirators, victims, and witnesses, and chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity as it occurs. So that's really bad evidence when you think about it. I did want your perspective on what he's been doing. So the idea, and this is something that's
DMW shots, hit the link, bro.
his application for bail, where he says one of the things his counsel said is he has been cooperating. He came to New York. He didn't run away. He came to New York, knew the charges were happening. He was apprehended and taken into custody. What do you think about that counter argument? Because his team has said we're going to put together the proposed bail package, a $50 million bond, co-signed by him, his mom, his sister, the mother of his oldest daughter, and his 3 adult sons. It's going to be secured by the equity in his property in Miami, Florida. Home detention, his passport will be surrendered. The government said that's insufficient. They said, look at the charges, look at the weight of the evidence that I just mentioned. They said they have allegations that he and his associates were trying to tamper with witness testimony last year so that they wouldn't cooperate with the government. What do you take away about who has the stronger argument in terms of bail?
Well, I think his counsel has done the best they possibly can. I think bringing him there voluntarily is very smart, starts them out on the right foot. But I think the last thing that you just mentioned, the interfering with witnesses.
That's the allegation, yeah.
Yeah, if that's true, or I should say, if there's real indicia that happened, I think that might tip the scales in favor of not letting him out pending trial, because I think, and you know this, I think judges take an extraordinarily dim view of that. And that might be the factor that tips the scale against him. But I think as far as a tactic, I think it was very smart to do what they did and to say, look, you know, he's here. You didn't have to track him down. He's got a real defense here. He's doing everything right, at least right now. I'm not sure it's going to be enough at the end of the day.
I wanted to end on this point. Look, he's innocent until proven guilty. I want to make that clear.
Absolutely.
These are allegations. He'll have an opportunity to fight these allegations. When we say victims, they are alleged victims at this point. But I do want to make clear about something. Assuming all of this is true, this has to be an incredibly difficult time for those people. You know, now they reported it to police. Now they're cooperating with prosecutors. Now they may have to testify. Their stories could be amplified even more so. And they'll have to testify in front of a jury, which is never easy, and face cross-examination. As somebody, you know, and look, his team will have an opportunity to cross-examine them. But, you know, your client famously went on the stand and explained the abuse that he says he endured. How tough is this for these people to now be a part of this next step in the legal process?
It's extraordinarily difficult. It was for Johnny, and it will certainly be for them, because there shouldn't be, but there is a sense of shame. When you are a victim, there is part of you, and I've represented victims like him and others. There is a real sense of shame, which isn't rational. I mean, if you're a victim, you shouldn't feel shame, but they do. And I think that is part of the pain that they are going through. But it is, to use a cliche, it's somewhat of a journey. I think once they make the decision that they are going to step up, I think once they've made that decision, I think most of them stay quite strong. And by the time they're actually doing it, they're doing it for the right reasons. So yeah. I think it is painful, but I think you'll see a lot of strength if they do have to testify.
Ben Chu, so good seeing you. Thank you for coming on as we break down this new news. And I look forward to continuing the discussion with you, my friend.
Thank you, Jesse. Anytime.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for
Hey, Keys, how you feel about this so far? What you hearing about this?
Um, uh, it seems like to me they
It's
feel
not.
sorry for the nigga the way they talking about it. They feel sorry for the nigga the way they talking about it. He did,
Some
but
up, ain't it?
yeah, it's something up, something really up. Diddy done pissed somebody off. That's what that is. He done pissed somebody off real bad. But like I said, I thought he was part of that Illuminati shit too. So he should have some top notch people up in his corner, or some
Mm-hmm.
powerful people rather.
Yeah. I've been hearing some about liquor companies and things like that.
Yeah,
From my understanding, he was trying to get pretty much equal rights and things like that.
yeah.
I guess the liquor game monopolized or something.
Oh,
Yeah, he
okay.
was
You talking
trying to
about with
break through in there, and
that what he brung out that what was the name?
yeah,
He brung out a
that's
couple
Ciroc
drinks.
Jones. Yeah,
Yeah, Ciroc, and he got brung out another
hell
one
yeah,
too, I believe.
yeah. You know how many flavors it? Yeah, the Ciroc got about 30 flavors, man.
No, I'm talking about another name of a liquor, not just Ciroc. I thought he had another bottle too that he brung out. I can't think of the name of it, but I could have sworn he did. I could be wrong though. It could have been somebody else, but I thought he had. I
You
knew
know
he had some.
he had Sean John and
I know he had Sean John.
uh
Him and that white dude, they owned it. That I know he had Ciroc, but I thought he had another alcohol too, another liquor.
hmm, uh you know all them niggas had you know Nelly had the Belvedere and shit.
Yeah,
Uh, Birdman had that GT5,
yeah. And Lil Wayne got some shit.
GTV.
He
Yeah.
brung out. Lil Wayne got one. I know Jay-Z got one. I think 50 Cent even got one now. A cognac.
Yeah, 50 Cent got that La Croix Crere. I had some
Okay.
of that when I was I had got a bottle of that when I was in Chicago and everything. That's a bottle of that be on them thumbnails and shit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it pretty smooth?
Yeah, that's some good shit. You know what I'm saying? It's up there with the Ace of Spades and shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's up there with the Ace of Spades and all them.
Yeah, old Diddy, man. Hope you got your shit together, homie. They seem to be
Yeah.
coming, folks.
I ain't gonna say anything about this. They coming.
Anything happened lately in the politics?
Uh, Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Um, yeah, we can. We'll get to that after. We're gonna do one more clip on Diddy, then we'll get into some politics.
Okay, that's what's up.
Ruling. Now, we do have a lot more updates and even more questions that are going to be coming over the next few hours to see what this does mean for the music mogul. So I now want to bring into the conversation Nima Rahmani. He's a legal analyst who's been
Crooks,
following this
salute.
case very closely. Nima,
Says that
first of all, were you
I think that
surprised
Young
to see
Thug
that
was
this judge has
Young
decided
Thug
to
and
now
Jay-Z was
deny
doing something
bail
that
for the
say.
second time for
Yeah,
Diddy?
I think so, yeah.
I wasn't surprised, Christina, and this is why. There's really two types of federal judges in criminal cases. There's a magistrate judge and there's the district judge. The district judge is a higher judge. He is going to be the judge that's actually presiding over Diddy's trial. But what a magistrate judge will do is make a recommendation when it comes to bond. And when criminal defendants appeal to that higher judge, it's not necessarily going to a higher court like the Second Circuit Court of Appeal. It's going to the judge who's actually going to hear the case. And that judge has to review the bail determination de novo. That's a Latin term that essentially means anew or for the first time. So they can't give any precedential impact to the lower judge's ruling. Now, why did the judge, in this case, Judge Carter, who's the district judge, decide to detain Diddy without bond? There's really two reasons why pretrial detention is appropriate. One, if an individual is at risk of flight. The love risk quarrel. There was a third person room that evening. They were participating in one of these alleged freak-offs, and it was a jealous rage. But the judge wasn't having it. I mean, this was something that was very violent. Certainly, the judge wasn't buying that this was a one-off, because if you look at the allegations in the complaint, Diddy is alleged to have been violent and threatened others as well. But I think this is an important piece of evidence as well. I know we're waiting for the lawyers, so I want to make sure we get all this out. Diddy contacted some of the victims and some of the witnesses in the case after he became aware of the criminal investigation, maybe as early as January. That is considered improper. It may be obstruction of justice. It may be considered witness tampering. And there's at least one instance where phone records show that he contacted or tried to contact a witness more than 100 times. And I think, Christina, that's the reason why the judge denied bail in this case.
I mean, I think that was the thing that a lot of us saw that stuck out. Over 100 times trying to contact a witness after you know the federal government is already looking into you. Can you sort of explain maybe what those calls might have been like from the prosecutor's side, saying, hey, this is definitely improper for him to be doing this now, knowing that he is under investigation?
And apparently some of those calls may have been recorded. So this is why it's improper. We know the defense is really only defense in this case is that this sexual conduct was consensual. When you're talking about rape, sexual assault, sex trafficking,
Little bitty pretty woman.
On the dance floor at the French show. Freak show, baby, baby, on the dance floor.
Forward, we know the defense has a long road ahead of them. What maybe is their process to try to combat what the prosecution is going to be throwing at them? Because the prosecution has already said, hey, we have at least 50 witnesses that are willing to take the stand in this case, or maybe are going to be subpoenaed to take the stand in this case. So the prosecution's path forward, what is the defense path forward for the next few months as Diddy now remains behind bars?
the prosecution is going to focus on two important categories of evidence. The first is the video, and that is by far and away the most powerful evidence because, Christina, people can lie, witnesses can lie, but video doesn't lie. And that video was so powerful. Let's not forget, from the time Cassie first filed her lawsuit in November 2023 to the time that that video was released in May, for 6 months, despite the raids in LA and Miami, Diddy, through his lawyers, denied everything. He said this was all a money grab by people that were trying to shake him down and extort him and get money. Well, guess what? After that video became public, all of a sudden, Diddy gives this sort of half-hearted apology, said he's trying to get therapy and work on himself because he knows, and his lawyers and his PR team know, that that video speaks for itself. But there's more video than that, apparently. And we know that because if you believe Cassie's civil complaint, and if you listen to U.S. Attorney Damian Williams yesterday, he said there's other videos, and it could be the cameras throughout Diddy's homes. We know he reportedly had hidden cameras, but importantly, Cassie said that Diddy videotaped these sex acts. So if there's video recordings of the freak-offs, that's going to be incredibly powerful evidence for prosecutors and for the jurors to consider. The other category of evidence, of course, is the witness testimony. And it could be victims, and some of which have filed civil lawsuits. We know there's at least 8 or 9 civil lawsuits against Diddy. And I know Diddy's legal team is going to argue that This is just all about money and it's all fabricated. And sometimes jurors have a tough time believing the testimony of one victim. They could say it's a he said, she said type situation. But when victim after victim comes forward and tells the same story of physical and sexual violence, that's very hard for a defense team, even if you have the best defense lawyers in the world, to overcome, because one victim may lie, but multiple victims telling the same story usually do not. So the defense is really going to have its hands full in this case.
And lastly, I want to just touch on one more point with the witnesses. You said that now that we know Diddy is locked up, do we feel that more people are going to come forward with their stories? And does this still open the door for more charges? Of course, we know he's facing multiple and sex trafficking and kidnapping, but potentially there could be more potentially here if more witnesses decide that they want to make their voices heard.
Absolutely. We knew that Cassie was essentially a Me Too type witness, right? She was Diddy's girlfriend of more than a decade when she came forward. That opened the floodgates. But there have to be individuals that are concerned about their safety. I mean, Diddy reportedly threaten many of them and sometimes coerce them by, holding their music career over their head. But now that Diddy is going to be locked up pending trial, and we know that trial is going to be months, maybe a year or more away, that may encourage others to come forward. They may feel safe. And it's not just additional charges against Diddy. There might be other victims. Only one is identified with any real specificity in the indictment. We talked about gun charges. There was a number of AR-15s that had an obliterated serial number that could be added on. But really what I'm looking for is charges against other people. I don't believe for a second that it was just Diddy that participated in these sex acts. There are a lot of rumors that are floating out there. I don't want to name any names, but if you were a celebrity here in Hollywood and you participated in these freak-offs, whether it was in Miami or New York or LA, and these were victims who were being forced to do this against their will, you should be very afraid. You should have a lawyer. And I hope and expect those individuals will be charged and brought to justice. And we don't have another Jeff Epstein type situation where the victims of these horrific sex crimes are left without getting the justice that they deserve.
And Nima, thank you. I do want to turn your attention to your screen here. You can see that was Diddy's family walking out of the courthouse. We saw his sons, Christian Combs and Justin Combs, just take their walk out of the courthouse and down the steps, presumably leaving. None of them stepped up to that microphone where this podium is placed outside of the courthouse, as we're anticipating and hoping for to hear from either prosecutors or the defense team step up to the mic following this bail hearing where he was denied bail. But again, his family just came out of the courthouse. And Nima, since I have you, I do want to ask you a question about the family. They've been in court showing their support. Does this sometimes impact a judge's decision to deny bail or to allow bail in cases like this? But as we can see, it was still denied.
It does affect a judge's decision. And oftentimes in federal cases, when there's bail, it's a little different than state court. State court, you'll have a bail bondsman or bondsperson. He or she will post the amount of the bond. The defendant might post a percentage, 5 to 10%. But really, it's up to the bondsman to ensure that the defendant makes his or her appearances in court. But that's not how it works in the federal system. You'll have a bond that's secured by property, but oftentimes you'll have a signature bond and you'll need what's called sureties. Those are responsible adults, oftentimes family members, that the court will interview, and they'll actually sign and say, Your Honor, we're going to put ourselves out there and we're going to ensure that this individual, a friend, a family member, makes his appearances in court. So that's something that's certainly very important. A judge does consider when deciding whether bail is appropriate or not. And it can also affect jurors during the criminal trial. I mean, criminal defendants that have no family support, especially when you're talking about sex crimes, that's really a red flag. And even though jurors are supposed to base the case and their decision solely on the facts and the law and the witness testimony, jurors are ordinary people, and that's something that they think about. Why doesn't this individual have any family support?
Certainly. And we, of course, know that other than just being a music mogul, Diddy is also a father, a brother. He's always talked about his relationship as well with his mom. So very strong family ties there for Diddy. We'll continue to watch how this case is unfolding. Nima Rahmani giving us just a breakdown of what happened today in the courtroom and what is potentially to come. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Christina. I'm sure we'll be talking about this soon.
I'm certain that we will. Look out for your phone for us to give you a call. But it does appear now that we are seeing his attorney step up to the mic.
Peace, God.
Peace, God. I kind of noticed something that dude said that I ain't really thought about though, but cause they right. Uh, uh, some other people is about to be exposed because if he having these exclusive parties, I'm pretty sure other Hollywood elite was there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Their names just ain't been brought about yet, but they're gonna have to be mentioned, especially when the people testify. They're gonna have to mention who all was there and who all seen it. And therefore, that's where a lot of the bodyguards are gonna get indicted, especially a lot of his staff. Yeah, they're gonna get indicted. Everybody who was at those parties is really gonna get indicted. At least the so-called exclusive parties. You know what I mean? And that's happening to all of them, whether they like it or not. So get ready for that door knock, y'all.
So they coming to knock, huh?
Yeah, them door knockers coming. All them subpoenas about to be handed out. Just like the they biggest case since OJ.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You know, it was a lady that got the lady that got shot in that. Remember that case with Shine?
yeah,
The lady that got shot said Diddy was the one that shot her.
right. But Shine
Then
took
she
the
said
case.
that. Yeah. Then she said that it was people following her and stalking her and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And they might even go back to her as a witness.
There you go.
And then you got, you know what I'm saying, the people that been talking on YouTube talking about them. You know, definitely they about to call them in. But like they said, they're gonna narrow it down. They're gonna narrow them witnesses down unless they absolutely need all of them. Because they looking for the main shit that's gonna stick.
That's a fact. You know, they're looking for the main shit that's gone motherfucking stick.
But
And
also,
we'll see.
like dude said too, P. Diddy make himself look guilty once he did that apology after he, you know what I'm saying? And he first he denied it for the 6 months. Then after, you know what I'm saying, he do the apology, that shows the guilt right there. When he say he needs some therapy and all of that, or he been going to therapy or whatever, that says, okay, yeah, I'm guilty of doing something. I ain't saying what it is that he guilty of, but he guilty of doing something that he needs some therapy for. You see what I'm saying? So now they're gonna take that in consideration. You know what I'm saying? So and then you got the person with the 100 calls that ain't been answered. They can use that as an attempt to intimidate. You know what I mean? Or not an attempt to reconcile, but attempt to intimidate because it's 100 calls, over 100 rather.
Over 100 calls.
You know what I'm saying? So whoever that was, they obviously don't want shit to do with the nigga, or they got rid of the phone. And I doubt they got rid of that phone because they're using that as evidence in the courtroom.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like when you look at this situation, it seems like Diddy missed a payment somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Like you ain't pay somebody right, or it's something you pissed off somebody that had a good a high connect somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Just like right now, I had this trash ass bitch. She tried to get slick and you know what I'm saying, tried to like, really play a hate cap, just smut out, you know what I'm saying, to some motherfuckers. But
Yeah.
now them same motherfuckers, they flip the script. Now they extorting that hoe. They up there talking about they go sponsor me. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So you got to always, you know what I'm saying, uh, pay attention. You know what I'm saying, to like, how these motherfuckers kick it. You know what I'm saying? Cause like
uh, that's what I call
Diddy,
it. That's what I call that a dumbass rattlesnake. They done bit their own damn tail thinking they was shaking something.
mhm, you know what I'm saying. Anytime you drop that much salt, you know what I'm saying, you bound to get fucked over. You know what I'm saying. But you know, Diddy, it's a lot of people that's connected, and they gotta hope Diddy hold it down.
Yeah, yeah, they better hope it. Or next is about to be y'all on that stand, homie, or in his place. I wonder if Diddy willing to go down by himself. But so far he ain't implemented nobody else, has he?
You know, that's exactly what be going on. You know what I'm saying? Like Diddy is a pawn in a, well, I would say he's a pawn. He's definitely a chess piece. He's a castle, a horse,
Yeah,
you
right now he
know.
being a castle for somebody to hide behind.
Yeah, he definitely be in the castle for a lot of people to have on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He definitely a castle, you know. He's a castle because the motherfuckers who really be doing all the shit, we'll never see them.
Exactly.
We'll never see the motherfuckers who really calling all the motherfuckers shots.
Exactly. And if you
We'll
have
never see.
seen them, you don't know it's them.
You never know who you talking to. Never know who you talking to.
You see that go to show you that these motherfuckers be waiting and plotting for years to get your ass. They wait for the perfect. That's that snake. He waits for the perfect moment to strike, and they bit him bad this time. You just got to get that poison up out of him. If he can beat the case, he got rid of that poison. If he can't, he got to deal with that venom.
Mm-hmm. You have to deal with that business.
I bet he wish he was still cool with Lil Kim now, don't he?
Well, nah, he got up with what's that nigga, that whoa nigga, G'd up. He got up with G'd up and them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got up with G'd up and them.
They got him locked up in
Mm-hmm.
New York or LA or
Yeah,
Florida.
he out there where R. Kelly was.
Oh, okay. Okay. They take all of the celebrities there first, don't they?
Well, if you got some trafficking shit going, you got some hellified shit happening.
Hmm. Well, you're right, because they ain't taking Tyson there.
Yeah.
They brought his ass down here and locked him up. Shit, they ain't take Rick James down there either, did they?
You know how that go. Um, Rick James, You
Shit,
know,
he did his
he
time like a
wound up
man.
doing that time though.
Yeah, Rick James and James Brown, they
Rick
did
James
their
wound
time
up.
like a
Rick
man.
James, yeah, they did their time straight up. They ain't motherfucking try to,
Yeah,
wiggle wop shit. They
yeah,
said what
yeah,
they did and went on and
yeah, and kept their money.
kept that bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know James
All right,
Brown
let's
was a
go
street
to
nigga.
James Brown. What now?
I'll say he was a street nigga anyway.
Oh yeah. James Brown was a thorough nigga. Yeah, that's a fact. He was a thorough nigga though. James Brown is a game changer, man.
Yeah, definitely. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have been no Michael Jackson or no Prince.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to hey, y'all hit the link. Let's get to these questions. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. Diddy's freak off parties and the dirty allegations behind them. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Hit that like button. Let's run it up.
Okay, it's that Diego that he brought out. That Diego, the liquor
Jail.
company.
A stark difference from his mansions in South Florida
Peace,
and Los
family.
Angeles. Disgraced music mogul Sean Diddy Combs remains behind bars in a Brooklyn, New York federal jail. A stark difference from his mansions in South Florida and Los Angeles. This week, the once famed producer's fall from grace came to a head when he was arrested in New York City and charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. While appearing in front of a federal judge on Tuesday, he pleaded not guilty to the crimes. Diddy was once known for his boisterous personality, often appearing as a fun-loving guy who would host great parties, including his now infamous White Party. But since his fall from grace, many who have filed lawsuits against him allege sinister activities were going on behind the scenes. At the center of the government's case against Diddy are his alleged freak-offs, which according to the indictment were elaborate and produced sex performances that Diddy arranged, directed, pleasured himself to, and often electronically recorded. But the freak-offs were first alluded to in Cassie's now settled federal civil lawsuit that was filed in November of last year and settled within a day. In the suit, it says Diddy would repeatedly ask Cassie at random moments that he wanted a freak off or FO, and she was expected to facilitate the location and hiring of male sex workers. The suit would go on to say during their relationship, the mogul would insist on an FO weekly, which would often take place in hotel suites. It's alleged Diddy would pay to fly male sex workers to his location, which included cities in the United States, and he would require Cassie and his staff to help him make these arrangements. According to the federal indictment against him, when the federal agents searched through his homes during the raids, they seized drugs and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. In Cassie's suit, she alleged Diddy's assistant, who also set up the freak-offs, would stock the hotel suites with baby oil and Astroglide. And Diddy always supplied her and the sex workers with copious amount of drugs, like ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, and ketamine. According to her suit, she would frequently get anxious before the FOs to the point she would become physically ill, but still Diddy would shame her into performing for him, and if she didn't want to participate, she was met with anger and violence. And Rodney Jones Jr.'s civil racketeering lawsuit, first filed in February of this year, he alleged Diddy had a habit of regularly drugging his party guests and having forced sex with men and women. Like the federal indictment laid out, Diddy didn't work alone. He always had a team helping him with his alleged crimes. Jones, who was also once in Diddy's inner circle, alleged in his lawsuit, he was required to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts with them for Diddy's pleasure. Adult film star Adria English, who filed her suit against Diddy in July of this year, alleged she was groomed into sex trafficking over time by Diddy. And her suit, she said she first met Diddy around 2004 when her boyfriend at the time was auditioning for a modeling gig at Diddy's fashion line, Sean John. Sex on Diddy in order to get offered him the job as long as Adria worked as a go-go. She says at his party, she regularly had, according, and if she didn't, he would tank her career and alleged in her this meant it'll his sexual indictment against role them having
freak off sex workers, access to keep them open, get his way, emotional and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak offs. And that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
While arguing for bail after he was arraigned, Diddy's attorney reportedly told the judge it's not sex trafficking if the participants of the freak-offs wanted to be there. After Diddy was denied bail on Tuesday by a federal judge, his attorney, seemingly disappointed Diddy wasn't issued bail, said he'll continue to fight for his client.
So this was the first step. We have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again. And we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Now the once beloved, but also to some feared music mogul will have to wait to eventually face his fate in federal court. I'm joined now by a really great guest, and that's the state attorney for Palm Beach County, Dave Ehrenberg. Dave, thank you so much for joining me today. Now, Sean Combs, aka Diddy's arrest this week, has made headlines essentially across the globe as he's facing now these federal charges in the sex trafficking case in the Southern District of New York. And his so-called freak-offs are at the center of the prosecution's case. What are your thoughts?
Well, first, it's good to be back with you, Elizabeth. The allegations are horrifying. And my first thought was, how did these things happen for so long with so many people involved and no one seemed to tip off authorities? I mean, according to the indictment, these were highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity in hotels and other locations with drugs. They would go on for days. There were cases of baby oil brought in. There were IVs given allegedly to the victims to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Were there doctors involved? Who else knew about this? What about the hotel workers? What about all the participants? And only until Cassie finally spoke up did this thing start to unravel. And kudos to Cassie. And my other reaction was, it shows you that people can make a difference in this. And one person speaking up can make a difference. It also shows you how laws can make a difference. The reason why Cassie spoke up was because the New York legislature passed a law that extended the statute of limitations for sexual assault cases civilly to create a new 1-year period that allowed victims to sue their alleged perpetrators even after the statute of limitations were long past. That's what allowed Cassie to come up with her lawsuit, file it, and that's what set all this in motion.
And reading through the many civil lawsuits that Diddy was already facing and comparing it to the indictment, you can't help but see a pattern of alleged abuse. Many of his accusers, even outside of Cassie, have alleged Diddy has drug/laced them, sexually assaulted or raped them at these parties. Now that Diddy has been arrested, could their claims in the civil lawsuits be used against him in the federal case?
Well, yeah, expect to see them testify in the federal case. Now, there's a different.
Yeah, they definitely they trying to get everything they can to build up a case against him that's gonna stick.
Yeah, definitely.
What's crazy about this is that they ain't even got all the extra shit that people be talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that they doing all this and that for this,
right? Because you think it'll be a done deal if you really got videotape evidence. You know what I'm saying? You really think it'd be a done deal already. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you just dragging it out just for publicity to distract people from something else. You know what I mean? Because in a case like that against anybody else, that would be a done deal. You know what I mean? But because it's Diddy and he's a music mogul, you know what I mean? They can make money off of it. So yeah, let's go on here and get us some TV ratings with this and spread this out in the news. You know what I'm saying? Make them look at our channel because they want to hear about it. You know what I'm talking about? So it got a lot of factors to it. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I can't just, because I ain't seen none of the evidence myself except for the shit that they showed on the YouTube of him beating old girl in the hotel room, and the little part where he was hollering up in the studio or some shit. and the little part they showed with him and Justin Bieber, and a few other ones. But as far as incriminating, the only part I seen that's incriminating would be the part with old girl. You know what I mean? At least for me.
I thought that was kind of like overplayed though. You know what I'm
Kind of, sort of.
saying? Yeah. That shit was kind of overplayed, man. Like they really tried to run that bitch through the ringer.
Well, he should have been smart enough to know that goddamn hotels got cameras in them.
But the whole thing, he paid the motherfuckers $50,000 to hide the bitch.
Well, somebody leaked it.
Yeah, he paid them $50,000. He paid security $50,000 to get rid of that tape.
Damn. One of them
That's
security.
why you just not seeing it now.
One of them security that lied to his ass, got his bread and got gone.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the motherfuckers that got fired or some shit.
Pretty sure something happened.
And for the record, I'm not defending nor am I, you know what I'm saying, condemning. I want to see the outcome.
I am not offending, nor am I condemning. I am side by side with God Keys on that. I don't know anything about these allegations. Neither does God Keys. We are all opinionated, giving educational wisdom and knowledge and understanding and perspectives from individuals who are looking, visualizing, and hearing the news. We're learning as we go along about these things. It's a dangerous world out here. People are dangerous. People are really bad boys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's crazy.
From
And
standard
now
in
it's like,
civil and federal, in criminal law, you have to prove cases in criminal law beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, just a preponderance of the evidence. And there's looser evidentiary rules in civil cases than there are in criminal cases. But do expect to see those complaints that were made civilly to come back against him criminally, because when you allege something in a sworn pleading that something happened, yeah, that can come back in a criminal proceeding against Diddy, as long as the statute of limitations has not expired. And in this case, you have this pattern alleged of racketeering activity, of sex trafficking, things that could put him in prison for the rest of his life. And so key to this will be the victims and the witnesses taking the stand if it ever goes that far. Now, for Diddy's sake, he's the big fish here, but I'm sure there were other big name individuals who were involved in this, who attended the parties and partook in this. And he may want to start singing, because that may be his best chance to avoid the rest of his life behind bars.
And one of his accusers, Rodney Jones Jr., the producer who sued Diddy earlier this year, he claimed he was required to solicit sex workers for these parties. He said many in Diddy's camp were also required to do this. Does that automatically qualify as sex trafficking if they're recruiting these women, potentially even men, for these parties? And what does that tell you about the people in Diddy's inner circle and some of the requirements they had to do in a way to kind of meet his needs?
If women were recruited in the parties to have sex with other people in exchange for money, then that would be human trafficking. If they were underage, the women, or if they were adults, if they engaged in this with force, fraud, and conversion and coercion, meaning that you'd have to prove for sex trafficking, if there was an adult victim, that there was force, fraud, or coercion. Otherwise, it's prostitution, and prostitution would not be just prosecuted at the federal level. It would be mainly a state crime. But the feds are looking at sex trafficking, which can get you up to life in prison. And the sex trafficking is really a serious crime that involves a commercial sex trade. But again, for an adult victim, you have to have force, fraud, or coercion. And that is what is being alleged here. you can coerce people into having sex with others, or if you drug them up to make them have sex with others, that would be enough to charge someone with sex trafficking.
And yesterday in court, Diddy's attorney made kind of an interesting argument. He said, is it sex trafficking if everyone wants to be at the freak offs and wanted to be there? And the defense reportedly went on to say they don't want the federal government in their bedroom. What do you make of that argument? And do you believe that this is a case about just sex?
Well, that's why the judge denied bond. That's why the judge denied the defense request to let him out pre-trial in exchange for a $50 million bond, because he said that the alleged crimes here occurred behind closed doors. So the judge did not believe it was consensual. The judge believed you are hiding stuff behind these closed doors, and we cannot trust you to be alone with these people or to be alone with anyone, because you could do it again. And as far as whether consent is a defense to sex trafficking, well, it is if there's no force, fraud, or coercion. If everyone engages in commercial sex work voluntarily without force, fraud, or coercion, then you could have prostitution charges, but that would be state charges. Here, the sex trafficking is because of the allegations that people were forced into it, or they were drugged into it against their will. So that's where the allegations come from. That's where the charges come from.
And just a few months ago, Diddy's friend, Stevie J, aka Stephen Jordan, he posted a video to his social media page after all the civil lawsuits with the caption, "This is what a real Diddy party looks like." It showed very high-profile celebrities there. Do you think that these swanky parties that Diddy had were just kind of a mask of what could come after, essentially, during these after parties or during these so-called freak-offs? What do you kind of make of just Diddy's infamous parties that he's been so well known for before?
I remember watching South Park, and they had a whole episode about the devil trying to compete with one of Diddy's parties. Diddy did it. That was the phrase that they kept using. And back then it was kind of humorous because of his lavish parties. But there's clearly a sinister side to these parties, according to the allegations, that they involve forced sex and drugs, and then using IVs to bring people back who were overly drugged and treated in such a way where they were physically totally exhausted by doing things that they were forced to do. I mean, it just sounds horrific. I mean, the cases of baby oil being brought in, it's something that makes me wonder how many people knew what was going on. Big parties are one thing, but when you start forcing people to do things against their will, and then you allegedly tried to blackmail them so that they're forced to do it by saying, we're going to show videos of you, we're going to extort you into having our way with you, or else we're going to expose your deepest, darkest secrets. That's a crime. And that's something that no one should be partaking in. And that's where perhaps some other big names will start to be revealed if people, if they actually partook in this, because what you saw here is a series of crimes, not just fun parties, but crimes.
And that also brings me to my next question. Do the celebrities and the others who have attended his parties need to be worried right now?
Absolutely. If a celebrity attended a big party and just hung out at the buffet table, that's one thing. But if you go into the other wing of the party where all the sex trafficking was occurring, yeah, you got problems. And, their defense may be, I didn't know. Well, you can't stick your head in the sand and just say, you're innocent. At some point, you have to be responsible for your actions. And so I've heard some rumors of some big names being involved. Not going to mention it because I don't have any proof, but it will come out if there's evidence that these celebrities partook in the horrors of the parties. So we'll see soon enough.
And are you surprised Diddy isn't facing any type of cyber charges, given he allegedly filmed and kept recordings of these encounters at the so-called freak-offs?
There could always be a superseding indictment, whereas the evidence comes in, they could charge him with other crimes. But right now, the crimes they're charging him with would keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. And so the feds may not think there's a need to do an amended indictment yet. Now, that could come. But I thought perhaps there'd be some federal firearms charges, because I thought there were reports when they raided Diddy's places that there were people there with guns, and the feds take that very seriously if they're violating federal firearms laws. I mean, look at the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. You see the gun laws were the first ones to be filed. So perhaps that's coming, or perhaps they don't have enough evidence there. But generally, when the feds raid your place, come in, guns a-blazing, someone's going down. Someone's going to get indicted.
And how hard is it to try a sex trafficking case, given Diddy's enormous amount of power he had in Hollywood before? Do you see there being any trouble with witnesses coming forward, even though Diddy is now behind bars?
I think the fact that Diddy does not have pre-trial release, that he is behind bars, will encourage victims to come forward, knowing that they'll be protected, especially as the evidence mounts. All it takes is one to start. And Cassie was that one. And then you have others who followed. Testifying. And, well, you have to prove it's a commercial sex act, what you need. It's a serious crimes. So there's other charges and there could be, but this is best defense maybe to try to.
I was down kind of how confident the defense seems to be throughout all of this case. I mean, now Diddy, who once was known to be untouchable in a way, now he is behind bars in a federal prison in Brooklyn. But are you surprised that the defense is coming off as confident as they are? I think they were kind of surprised that Diddy wasn't released on bail yesterday.
These are highly paid, highly powerful, and highly successful lawyers, and they want to give off the aura of confidence. You don't get to be where they are by running scared. Now, I do think they were surprised that an offer of a $50 million bond, an offer of lots of restrictions, home arrest, would be rejected. But the court did what the court needed to do because Diddy is allegedly a danger to the community and a flight risk for that matter because he's got so much money. So I think the court made the right decision in denying bond.
And when it comes to the impeding trial that we don't know when it's going to happen yet, but when it comes to the trial in this case, what type of defense do you see them exploring for trial?
I think the defense has already been telegraphed. I think they'll say this was a consensual party. These were consensual acts. And if it was prostitution, those are just minor state charges, that there was not sex trafficking, that this was not an ongoing criminal enterprise or racketeering. This is a music business with lots of wild parties, and he should be able to live the life he wants to live with people who are engaging in consensual activities. Now, whether a jury will buy that, I mean, it's belied by the evidence. The evidence is showing that there was some coercion, some forced conduct, some blackmail, and all it takes is one witness to take the stand and say what she or he went through. And I think that's going to be very powerful evidence because I don't think Diddy is going to take the stand here if it goes to trial. And Cassie, I think, could be a very powerful witness. And apparently there are others ready to go.
All right. Well, Dave Ehrenberg, I want to thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Before we sign you off, anything else about this case that you'd like to add?
I think it shows that no one is above the law. A lot of people thought that Diddy would escape this because of his wealth and his power and his prestige. No one is untouchable. And I think that it shows that if there's evidence, prosecutors will follow it and do the right thing.
All right, Dave, again, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
If convicted on the federal charges against him, Sean Diddy Combs faces a mandatory minimum of 15 years in prison and a maximum sentence of life behind bars. Reporting for Law and Crime, I'm Elizabeth Milner.
The mandatory minimum. Yes, sir.
former music producer for Sean Diddy Combs, worked on his latest album with him, suing him for sex trafficking and sexual assault and harassment. Well, they filed new court documents, and included in those documents was an unsworn declaration from Jones himself, detailing more things he saw, heard, experienced during his time working and basically living with Combs. And in this 18-page declaration, it starts with a promise that he's telling the truth. Quote, I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein, which I know to be true and correct, and if called upon to testify as a witness, I could and would completely testify thereto. Now, he's declaring all of this under threat of perjury. So if he's lying, that's a big deal. Now, if you ask me, I think one of the reasons Jones is doing this is to bolster his credibility because it's come under attack in the public. As we mentioned, some of the people that he mentioned in his
Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's a new show right here. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's my review. P. Diddy photos surface and trafficking case as son is hit with lawsuit. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. God Keys, you know, it's, as you can see, it's getting critical. They really want this man out the way. They want him out the way. Like, no doubt about it. They want him out the way.
At his kids too.
Yeah. Anytime they come with the kids. Because initially that's what I was thinking. Maybe they got something with them and they trying to add him to it. But they want the big fish.
Uh-huh.
I think his lawyer might be I think his lawyer in on it too with them people because shit, man,
he don't sound too convincing like he believe up in this shit.
Keep him in to keep him in America, to keep him in knowing what they about to do to him. It's basically like this. We'll know at the end of the case if the lawyer's in on it or not, depending on the sentence. If he get more than 5 or 10 years or something, the lawyer was in on it.
The minimum is 15.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll get found.
But even if he do get to 15, he ain't gonna do all of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like this. If he get caught up,
they'll appeal it. If he do get caught up, they'll give him the 15, but they'll appeal it and bring it down, or either find him not guilty.
The lawyer was in on it. If he got to do all that, if he wound up getting caught with a lot of time, the lawyer definitely was in on it. Let's check out photos surface and trafficking cases. Son hit with lawsuit. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's my review. Law and Crime Network. Let's go.
Scorpio for sure.
Lawsuit have fired back against those allegations. Opposing counsel questioned his narratives and motives. So this is an opportunity for him to tell the court, look, I have the receipts. I can back up what I'm saying. I will testify about this. So there are a lot of details that he provides, including background and how he got linked up with and started working for Diddy. And we already covered a lot of that in his complaint on previous sidebars. But according to Jones, he has hundreds of hours of video of Combs in his inner circle. He says that Combs required him to film constantly because he did not like to repeat himself. He said, quote, I quickly learned that from observing him lose his temper with his staff and family if they failed to remember something he said a day or two prior. Jones lists out crimes that he says he saw happen in real time. Quote, I witnessed the acquisition, use, and distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. I witnessed Mr. Combs display and distribute unregistered illegal firearms. I witnessed Mr. Combs provide laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his homes in California, New York, the Virgin Islands, and Florida. I witnessed Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, instruct the staff to retrieve drugs so she could provide them to Mr. Combs for his consumption. And then Jones also talks about that alleged assault that he witnessed on Combs' chartered yacht. You remember when we covered this, that Jones's attorneys had filed a separate civil action against Combs' son, Christian King Combs, on behalf of a woman named Grace O'Markey. She was a steward on the yacht. Remember, and Combs had chartered that yacht for the Christmas holiday in 2022. So according to the declaration, Jones, quote, witnessed Christian Combs drug and sexually assault a stewardess while we were on the yacht Mr. Combs rented in St. Bartholomew, St. Martin, and the Virgin Islands. The assault began in the makeshift studio on the yacht while I was recording Christian Combs' auto-tunes rapping. Again, we talked more in depth about that lawsuit in another sidebar episode. Amarki claims that Christian gave her a spiked drink, touched her all over her body without her permission, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. And she had to actually fight him off. Now, the next part of this declaration from Mr. Jones is absolutely fascinating. It reads, quote, I have videos of Mr. Combs and me working out on the treadmill with TD Jakes playing on the monitor. We watch TD Jakes' sermons every morning during our workouts. At first, I thought it was admirable that Mr. Combs listened to sermons while working out until I realized he was not studying the message, he was studying the messenger's mannerisms. During our gym sessions, he detailed how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop TD Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's pending lawsuit. Remember, Ventura had filed a lawsuit against Combs back in 2023 for sexual assault and sex trafficking, but she ended up settling with Combs the day after it was filed. So Jones also goes into detail about what he said happened at this so-called writers camp at Chalice Recording Studios. You may recall that in his lawsuit, he claims he witnessed a shooting there and that Combs allegedly tried to cover up his involvement. He writes, quote, Mr. Combs converted the parking lot of Chalice Recording Studios into a makeshift nightclub. He had everything imaginable there, including a full-service bar, a massage spa, and hookah. Mr. Combs required everyone working on the Love album to take laced shots of De Leon tequila. There was no way to tell him no. Mr. Combs felt anyone who refused to drink with him was suspicious and untrustworthy. At the time, I did not realize that he used the laced shots of alcohol to obtain and maintain control over the person consuming the alcohol. And of course, the lawsuits against Combs have accused him of sex trafficking, and that is allegedly what the Homeland Security investigation into him is tied to, a trafficking operation. Remember, his properties in LA and Miami were raided by Homeland Security agents 2 weeks ago. Jones continues in the declaration with, quote, throughout the duration of my time living with Mr. Combs, I personally witnessed Mr. Combs order his staff to bring him drugs and sex workers. This was a common occurrence, and he was never told no. During this time, I was forced to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. Unbeknownst to me, Mr. Combs had hidden cameras and audio devices in all of the rooms of his homes. I only discovered this several months into living with him when I had to pick up my Uber Eats delivery from the security office. Usually, the security would bring my food deliveries to me whenever I was in Mr. Combs' home, but at this point, I was close and familiar with the security, so they called me to their room and told me I could go in and retrieve my food myself. I saw 4 to 6 large flat-screen television monitors at the time. Each monitor had at least 20 to 30 little screens in them. Each screen was a view of a room in and surrounding Mr. Combs' home. Remember, Jones claims that he was sex trafficked, and if there is videos of this, and that's presented at a trial, that is significant evidence, to say the least. Now, Jones even listed out the document dates when he says he was forced to solicit sex workers for Combs. He also names a celebrity that we haven't really referenced yet, Chris Brown. Yeah, quote, on July 2nd, 2023, Mr. Combs had a listening party in his California home. There were a lot of people present at this party, including Chris Brown, Justin Combs, sex workers, and some underage girls. Justin Combs would typically bring the younger women to these parties. I have 2 videos of 2 different sex workers that Justin Combs brought with him to Chalice Recording Studios. I can provide the videos to the court. This event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs requested female sex workers and required me to solicit them. An hour later, several sex workers appeared. In addition to sex workers, there were at least 5 women in the crowd who appeared to be under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the attendees to drink laced De Leon liquor. I believe Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. I have personally witnessed his staff members, Brendan Paul and Moy Bawn, lace alcohol with ecstasy. And we remember Brendan Paul was actually arrested on drug charges during the raid on Diddy's properties. But Jones continues, quote, the presence of what I perceived to be underage women made me very uncomfortable. I attempted to leave, and Mr. Combs forced me to stay. I had my car keys in my book bag. I have never lost my keys, and Mr. Combs went so far as to take my car keys to prevent me from leaving. After being forced to drink laced DeLeon shots, I began feeling lightheaded and I passed out. I remember waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning naked with a sex worker sleeping next to me. In his complaint, Jones had previously mentioned a similar event and describes it in this declaration as well, writing, quote, "On February 2nd, 2023, I believe Mr. Combs drugged me. I remember waking up naked, dizzy, and confused. I was in bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. I also recall aimlessly wandering around the house with no clothes on. I have photos of the sex workers sleeping on the bed the morning after. I can provide it to the court if necessary." And from there, Jones explains in this declaration some of the things he says that Combs offered him, which is important in a sex trafficking case, that you were transported over state lines, forced to perform sex acts, and were promised something of value. That's the commercial element of commercial sex acts. Quote, "Mr. Combs promised me many things to entice me to continue engaging in his sex trafficking operation. On multiple occasions, we discussed winning Grammys for the Love album. He promised I would win the Grammy for Producer of the Year for the Love album. He offered me $250,000 to purchase all the instruments I wanted. He promised me ownership of his $20 million property, One Star Island in Miami, Florida. He promised to give me access to record label executives." And from there, Jones gives more details about an alleged assault that happened in Miami. He says that while using the restroom, young Miami's cousin burst into the bathroom and began groping him. Quote, "I honestly believe that Mr. Combs sent her in there to sexually assault me, as I could hear him and the other guest laughing outside the door. As she entered the bathroom, she dropped to her knees and began performing oral sex on my exposed penis. I pushed her away and exited the bathroom. Young Miami's cousin did not accept my rejection and followed me out of the bathroom. She started undressing in front of everyone and attempted to straddle me and have sex with me in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. They were all laughing." Jones also talked about Combs' sometimes violent personality. Quote, "Mr. Combs often switched his approach to force me to obey and comply with his demands. On multiple occasions, he would threaten me with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat my face and informed me that he was willing to kill his mother to get what he wanted so he wouldn't think twice about harming me." That is something that we heard in the prior complaint as well. Quote, "Mr. Combs would also make me work out of this bedroom whenever he had gang members and drug dealers visit him. I've witnessed Mr. Combs hand out guns from the hidden room in his bedroom closet. I've witnessed known gang members at his home in LA and Miami be paid from the stacks of cash he has in the hidden room in his bedroom closet." Jones says that Combs was very aware of the power he had and made sure that everyone around him knew it too. Quote, "Throughout my time living with Mr. Combs, he made it very clear that he did not spend his money on anything. He made it clear that he had partnerships and relationships with very powerful individuals and organizations, and these individuals and organizations funded his lifestyle." And then the declaration from Jones also rebuts claims by Universal Music Group, a defendant in his lawsuit. Jones writes, quote, "My counsel informed me that UMG claims that they did not pay for sex workers or sponsored any of the club love parties or the writers' camp. These claims are contradicted by the reality I saw with my own eyes. There were employees of UMG and Motown present at the writers' camp, at listening parties, and after parties. I was told by Mr. Combs they were there, and I saw them there. Mr. Combs told me they were scouting for talent. As it pertains to the sex workers, they also paid for them. I have several videos of the Chalice recording studio sessions, as well as in-home recording sessions, and there are sex workers and producers in the studio. The sex workers in these videos were the only individuals paid." So again, this is his account, right? If he backs it up by receipts, photos, screenshots, it's important. It's important. And these are very, very serious claims. And now he's doubling down on this court filing, saying that in this unsworn declaration that he can prove it. Now, I will tell you that Jones, he also provides multiple photos in the lawsuit of men and women inside a recording studio. Jones claims that the women in these photos are sex workers. And the declaration goes on to talk about the bragging that Combs allegedly did to Jones, that he lists out several stories Combs allegedly told him. Quote, "Mr. Combs bragged about having Daphne Joy, the child mother of a competing rapper, on payroll as one of his sex workers. I have a video of Mr. Combs on a massage table receiving a massage from a professional masseuse while Daphne Joy is giving him a foot massage.
Mr. Combs bragged about shooting a woman in the face in 1999 in New York City and getting away with it. He bragged about departed attorney Johnny Cochran's savvy legal skills and ability to pay off the witnesses through private investigators and other third parties. He bragged about having Jennifer Lopez carrying his gun into the club the night of the shooting and the fact that he had so much power and influence over her at the time. He bragged about getting Shine to take the heat for the shooting and the fact that he paid Shine through a record deal with his good friend L.A. Reid. And it doesn't end there, because he also says that, quote, Mr. Combs also informed me that only poor people pay taxes. He shared that it is a common practice in the music industry to wire money from anonymous accounts overseas. This way, if there is ever a need to take care of a problem, it would never be traced back to him. These accounts were in Germany. At the very end of the document, Jones says, quote, I could share other things, but I do not feel comfortable putting them in this document. I will be willing to discuss them with the court under seal to preserve my Fifth Amendment rights. Now, a lot to take in there. This just doubles down my belief that he is a cooperating witness with the government in this potential criminal investigation. I have to believe it. And if he is one of the witnesses that's cooperating and federal authorities raided these properties, they have to be taking what he's saying is true, and maybe they're corroborating what he is saying through evidence that was seized from Combs' properties. Okay, so a lot to take in, but we also want to tell you quickly about a new letter that Jones' attorney filed with the court after accusations that this attorney was being too salacious with his court filings. I'm talking about Tyrone Blackburn. He's one of the lawyers representing Rodney Jones and Grace O'Markey in their lawsuits against Sean Combs, Christian Combs, and others. United States District Court Judge for the Southern District of New York, Denise Coate, submitted a referral to the New York Federal Court Grievance Committee claiming that issues with Blackburn in 5 cases. She wrote, quote, significant resources have been spent by judges of the court and defendants named in actions he has filed to address glaring deficiencies in his filings. A referral to this court's grievance committee is warranted. She goes on to write, a reasonable inference from Blackburn's pattern of behavior is that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. Indeed, his submissions to this court have been rife with disturbing allegations against the defendants and defense counsel. Now, other lawyers have also criticized Mr. Blackburn as well. Combs' attorney Sean Hawley alleged that Blackburn ignored exonerating evidence, writing, quote, our attempts to share this proof with Mr. Jones' attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, have been ignored, as Mr. Blackburn refuses to return our calls. We will address these outlandish allegations in court and take all appropriate action against those who make them. Then, attorneys for UMG, Universal Music Group, one of the defendants who are also being sued by Rodney Jones for their alleged participation and facilitation of the abuse and trafficking claimed by Jones. They argued, UMG, that the claims presented by Jones were, quote, so offensively false. One of those lawyers, Donald Sakaran, said, quote, a license to practice law is a privilege. Mr. Blackburn, plaintiff's lawyer, has misused that license to self-promote, gratuitously, falsely, and recklessly accusing the UMG defendants of criminal behavior. Well, Mr. Blackburn is firing back. He is not taking that lying down. No, he wrote a letter to Judge J. Paul Oetken, a judge for the Southern District of New York, where Jones' lawsuit against Combs is currently filed. And he begins by saying, quote, at the onset, I apologize for wasting the court's time by having to read a letter that has nothing to do with the matters before your honor. He goes on to say that the defendants have, quote, decided to scrummage through Pacer, that, by the way, is the online court record, in search of anything to distract and deflect from the blatantly obvious fact that they cannot defend their actions as it relates to their business partnership with Sean Combs. He continued, quote, I do not improperly file cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. I gain no benefit from filing cases in federal court over state court, and I am not an ambulance-chasing attorney who lives in front of a camera. Before filing any case, I always provide an opportunity for private resolution. If this case cannot be resolved privately, then I file. I do not pursue media attention. With this case alone, I have been inundated with invitations to appear on television shows, podcasts, and radio shows, both nationally and internationally, and I have rejected them all. Then he says this, bold and underlined, quote, although I pick my clients, I do not pick their facts. If a client comes to me with a complaint of sexual assault and she or he has evidence to support their claims, it is my duty to include all materials relied upon in drafting the complaint into the pleading. And then he cites some case law to support that. But remember, one of the things that we called out in the complaint is how there were these screenshots of videos, photos, copies of text, receipts for trips, and so forth. Blackburn goes on to end the letter with, quote, "Finally, a referral is not a sanction. My pleadings in this district have consistently comported with the standard established pursuant to Rule 8 of the FRCP and the standard established by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. If defendants are concerned about having a salacious claim filed against them, they should not engage in salacious acts. It was the defendant's choice to enter a general business partnership with Sean Combs, which funded his sex trafficking operation." Now, while neither Combs nor his sons have been arrested or criminally charged with respect to this investigation, many analysts that we have spoken to believe it is only a matter of time before that happens. Okay, we have this lawsuit from Grace Markey. And before we even get into the details of it, there is a question now of what is happening with this. Why do I say that? Because the filing was not on the court system's docket. According to the Washington Post, O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, said that it had to be taken down after an unfiled version of the complaint was published by the media. So I don't know what to take away from that, if that means that what we reviewed last week wasn't supposed to be seen. Not sure. But assuming this lawsuit does move forward, there is a lot to break down in it. Okay, first off, I have to say, now that I have the paperwork in my hand and I have the complaint in my hand, one of the things that struck me right from the beginning is how personal this is. Quote, "Defendant C. Combs," that's Christian Combs, "is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper." Wow. "Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant Sean Combs, who has also been accused of several acts of sexual assault, rape, sexual violence, and drugging, among other deplorable conduct, is the father of defendant C. Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father and the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct." That, I mean, you usually don't see that kind of language in a lawsuit. Very, very personal attacks. Also, allegations at this point. Remember, Combs has not been criminally charged. He's not been found liable. These are allegations. But when they mention Christian, I have to highlight this too. They actually embed into the complaint not a photo of him on the red carpet, not a photo of him on an album cover, not a photo of him taken by the media. They embed a photo of him and his brother being detained in handcuffs by federal agents during that raid. That is very intentional. Of all the photos to use, you are accusing him of sexual assault and you use that photo. That was no mistake. Now, I am reminded by the fact that Miss O'Markey is being represented by not only Rodney Diggs, but as I mentioned, Tyrone Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn is representing former Diddy producer Rodney Jones, who also filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy, his son Justin, and several others. He claims that he was a victim of sex trafficking and that he was assaulted and subjected to violence. So maybe it is not surprising we are seeing this language as he is representing multiple people accusing the Combs family of illegal conduct. We're going to get back into the merits of these lawsuits in a minute. But going back to the O'Markey complaint, another interesting tidbit is that in addition to Diddy and Christian, there are several unnamed John Does and companies who are named as defendants as well.
Salute, salute, deuce. That's Suge, that's J-Lo, that's Shine, that's Jaguar.
Salute,
Ask
salute,
about him,
salute.
ask
Welcome
about
to the
him,
channel. Salute, salute,
ask
salute.
about him. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
And if he got those tapes and that proofs, and that's what I'm saying. That should end the whole, you know what I'm saying, you dig right there. If those tapes and those proofs exist and you got that as the prosecutor, you know what I'm saying? But you're gonna drag it out because it's gonna make you more money, at least, you know what I'm saying, through what we call this media. because you know everybody gonna tune in to watch the shit. So drag it out so y'all can make more money all around the way. You can make more money in legal hours. You can make more money in television hours and all of that. And in your judicial seat, everybody's making money. Even the jury. They get paid by the day. Everybody's making money. And so let's drag it out. Because with anybody else, that's a solid case and it's over with. Period. You going to trial next month, big homie. But no, with him, it'll be probably about a year or two before he go to trial. Actually, they want to scare him with that prison shit too. Like, nigga, this is what you can face if you don't calm your ass down and do what the fuck we told you to do. Somebody up the ladder got to stick up his ass.
That's a fact.
At least
That's a fact.
that's what I believe.
You know,
This is just
it
speculation.
ain't never been more evident though. They definitely want him.
But like I said, what I'm saying is just speculation. I am not condemning, nor am I, you know what I'm saying, agreeing with that he's innocent. I'm not condemning, you know what I'm saying? I'm not convicting, nor am I, you know what I'm saying, defending. I'm just giving my own speculation. That's it. I'm not defending nobody. I'm not convicting nobody. I'm just saying my own opinion, which is attached to nobody else's but me. This is just me. I own the rights to my own opinion. Nobody else owns that. That's me. So for the record, for everybody that may want to try to say that I said this or I said that, please understand that these are my own speculative opinions. You dig what I'm saying? That's just for the record.
Mm-hmm. That's some real shit though.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, when I look at the situation, I just think it seems to me as if this is something that's been in the making for quite some time.
Yeah, it had to be. It had to be. It all, like I said, that snake bit at the perfect time. You dig what I'm saying? All of that was aligned up at the right time for it to happen to him. Like Homeboy said, you know what I'm saying? Old girl wouldn't have been able to have her goddamn lawsuit if they wouldn't have passed that statute of limitations law, right? Which kicked back on everybody else who was sitting back waiting on the right time for that to come through. So now let's all bite his ass, and it goes in together. We got a case. You know what I'm saying? But on his part, I hope he ain't do what they said. I know you probably did some of the shit they said, but I hope you ain't do all they said. At least not the parts that'll get your life taken from you, big homie. Cause like they say, paying for a prostitute is not sex trafficking. Paying for a prostitute is not sex trafficking. In order to get me on sex trafficking, I have to move you across state lines, or inject you, or convince you to consume some type of drug that would get you off your square, right? Now, this is my thing, right? For the people who say they have a history of that, the people that say they have a history of that, After he knocked you out the first time, why would you take another a shot or a drink from him? So that don't make no sense right there. So he got that in his defense. You know what I'm saying? You saying I knocked you out all these goddamn times with some drinks. If you felt like I was knocking you out with drinks, you wouldn't even drink shit else from me no more, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So that's a good defense he gonna have up in his play. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the video is the nail in the coffin. If they see some videos with that shit going on like that, where it looked like he forcing somebody or drugging somebody. Now him just passing somebody a drink, y'all can't say he drugged me because you don't got him on tape drugging you. You have to have him on tape actually putting something besides your drink up in that drink. And who's to say somebody else didn't put that up in his drink, up in the drink before he even cracked the bottle? So now you got a lot of hard proof to prove on that part. He does have good defense. So this one gonna be like a Tyson not a Tyson Holyfield, but a Muhammad Ali Holyfield. Muhammad Ali Frazier. It's gonna be like Muhammad Ali Frazier. I don't know which fight, but it's gonna be like it. If you really pay attention to it.
Oh yeah.
That's what I think. This is like a Muhammad Ali Joe Frazier going on. As far as with the prosecution and the defendant. Lawyers, you know what I'm saying? Cause like I say, he got some defense, you know what I'm saying? Cause like I said, did you hear me when I said all of them saying that they've been drugged, you know what I'm saying, for all these many years? When you find out somebody first drugged you on a drink, you ain't gonna drink nothing else from them, are you?
That part. Speak on it, God.
So that's an argument in here. How the fuck you gonna say I'm drugging? So you let me drug you for 14 years. You let me drug you for 5 years. You study saying that you keep falling out, waking up somewhere else, but you still choose to stay around me while I keep putting something up in your drink and you keep waking up somewhere else. Nah, Ray don't know no damn bench. You dig what I mean? That's bullshit. Nope. You was liking something and you was popping them ecstasy pills and having a party with that nigga. That's what you was doing. You dig what I'm saying? So that's a part of his argument that he got that will work in his corner if his lawyers can see that. You know what I mean? Because there ain't no way you can say that somebody been drugging you more than twice. Okay, I'll say you probably took the drug twice, but you around this motherfucker for years, so every day you know you about to be drugged, and you just gonna say, fuck it. Let me go ahead and get drugged so I could get fucked. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. That's not gonna stick in the court of law. You did? That's not gonna stick. You're not gonna get him on that one. You better come with something else. Now, mind you, once again, I'm not defending, nor am I condemning. I'm just stating how I see the law working. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Markey claims that these people and companies aided and abetted in the commission of the conduct described in the lawsuit, and that as the case proceeds, she may add their names later on. Now, Markey goes into some detail about what this environment on the yacht was like. She talked about how she worked the late night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quote, during the second week of the charter service, there was a significant amount of partying and drug use, which caused the guests to stay up throughout the night. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just defendant S. Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Defendant S. Combs turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. According to plaintiff, it resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as unwanted exposure to unlawful drug use, sex work, and general chaos. She also claims that drinks were spiked by Combs and that women were taken advantage of on the yacht. And she argues that as a bartender, she understands the impact of alcohol. And she, quote, found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves, panicking, or passing out. This led plaintiff, Grace O'Markey, to reasonably believe that the alcohol given to these women was likely laced with drugs. And she even describes one specific event in particular. Quote, according to plaintiff, in another incident, defendant S. Combs had several women whom plaintiff suspected of being sex workers on the yacht. In one incident, a girl was extremely upset and ran to the lower deck, locked herself in the massage room, and was hysterically crying. She said she did not feel safe and wanted to leave. The crew was alerted of this. At this time, Sarah Chapman, one of S. Combs's children's mother, was due to have a massage, so plaintiff had to attempt to remove this young woman from the massage room, but she was very reluctant as she felt unsafe. Eventually, she left. All of this is important for O'Markey's legal claims, namely that Sean Combs is liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to O'Markey, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son.
So both of y'all
Quote,
getting that
defendant
charge.
S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. But for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. You really have to show that you created a condition where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim. Maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And O'Markey goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, O'Markey says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff. But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted O'Markey. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to O'Markey, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, O'Markey claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's Me and You, that song, was playing in the background. What makes that as Omarky says in the lawsuit, ironic, is that Cassie was a former artist and girlfriend of Sean Combs who filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for Omarky to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kinds of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. Omarky claims that initially she was forced to take tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked. And she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo because it seems like she has been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So again, I think this is a typo. And if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about? But, I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But here's what we do have. Omarky claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a transcript of what she says is Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting her. I'm going to read it for you now. Christian, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace, no, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Christian, everybody, we got to take a shot. In a second audio tape, Grace says, I'll just put the ledge. Christian, no, take the whole thing. Grace, no, you will take it as well. Christian, take the whole shot. Grace, I'm and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yachts. Liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to O'Markey, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son. Quote, defendant S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. But for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. You really have to show that you created a condition where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim. Maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And O'Markey goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, O'Markey says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff. But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted O'Markey. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to O'Markey, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, O'Markey claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's, me and you, that song was playing in the background. What makes that, as O'Markey says in the lawsuit, ironic. filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for Omarky to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kinds of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. Omarky claims that initially she was forced to take tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked, and she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo because it seems like she has been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So again, I think this is a typo. And if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about. But I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But here's what we do have. Omarky claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a transcript of what she says is Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting her. I'm going to read it for you now. Christian, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace, no, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Christian, everybody, we got to take a shot. In a second audio tape, Grace says, I'll just put the ledge. Christian, no, take the whole thing. Grace, no, you will take it as well. Christian, take the whole shot. Grace, I'm only doing it as long as you take it as well. Christian, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not taking nothing. Please take the shot. Grace, you are drugging me? Christian, take the shot. Hey, yo, play another beat one time because now. And then there is a transcript of Christian's alleged sexual assault of Grace. Cassie's Me and You playing in the background, allegedly. Grace, this is not an offer. Christian, you said what? Grace, I can't. I'm swapping out. I can't do it. I'm sorry, darling. Christian, nah, we need you. Grace, I'm going to stop. Stop. I have to go. Honestly, I'm like already losing sleep. I have to go now. Christian, you're the best one on this ship, though. Grace, what do you mean? Christian, who's going to replace you? Grace, who's going to replace me? Christian, F that. That's going to be trash, though. You feel me? Grace, excuse me, you don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If I want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that. Christian, listen, you and everybody in the crew, it's great. Grace, I can't. I have to go down. Christian, no, you tell me. Listen. Grace, what? Christian, say you're just vibing with me the whole time. Grace, I can't. I promise you. I wish I could, but I can't. Unless I say that you guys requested me. Christian, yes, who can I talk to right now? Who can I talk to? I'm going to say I requested you right now. Grace, well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing. Now, according to Grace in her complaint, or Miss Omarky in her complaint, she basically says she was saying that he needed to get permission, and all the people that would give him permission to hang out with her were asleep. So this was kind of a ruse for her to escape. But moving on from that, as I mentioned in the previous sidebar, she explains how later on in the night, Christian allegedly trapped her in the cinema room in the yacht, groped her, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. She claims that she had to fight him off until her partner on board came by and Christian ran away. But now, in this lawsuit, in this complaint, there are embedded photos of Omarky's arm that appear to have bruises or discoloration. She claims this is from the attack. It is an important piece of evidence. But defense lawyers will ask, when were these photos taken? How do we know if it was caused by this and not something else, and so forth? Now, moving on. A big component of a lawsuit like this is to explain the harm that you suffered. That helps in terms of the damages calculation, what you are owed in terms of monetary compensation. So Omarky explains in the complaint that she loved yachting, even at an early age, that she traveled the world, that she enjoyed a successful career where she received high praise, great feedback, great reviews. But, quote, prior to being sexually assaulted by defendant Christian Combs, plaintiff planned to work the entirety of her career in hospitality and the yachting industry. Unfortunately, those plans have been derailed due to the trauma plaintiff continues to have as a result of the assault. And let's talk about what Omarky claims here. She claims that 2023 was the most deeply traumatizing time of her life. She talks about how after the alleged assault and cover-up, she was isolated, she was retaliated against, and she was ultimately fired. She even lost her longtime partner. She says that her mental health significantly deteriorated to the point where she required medication and therapy, and she fell into a deep depression. She claims that she couldn't even perform her maid of honor duties for her sister. She also claims that she developed a severe eating disorder, suffered from suicidal ideations, and even had seizures. So if she can prove that in a trial, that is going to be not only devastating testimony for Christian Combs and Sean Combs, but really important in terms of damages calculations. So she ends up suing Christian Combs for assault, battery, sexual assault, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, and as I mentioned earlier, the other claims against Sean Combs as well. Now, I do want to call out something else from the lawsuit, some other mentions in the lawsuit. You remember Brendan Paul, who we talked a lot about here on Sidebar? He was listed in Rodney Jones's lawsuit as Diddy's alleged drug mule that supplied Diddy with narcotics and weapons. He was actually arrested on the day of the raids for drug possession at a Miami airport. Well, he is listed in this Grace Omarky lawsuit too. Quote, according to plaintiff, defendant S. Combs' assistant and noted drug mule, Brendan Paul, once came down to the pantry and was laughing uncontrollably. He told plaintiff that he had to sit and watch defendant S. Combs have sex with multiple women. He said defendant S. Combs wanted him present just in case he needed him to get him something while he was in the middle of the act. Plaintiff questioned why Brendan would want to work for defendant S. Combs if he was required to do such things, and Brendan replied that defendant S. Combs was a good link to have in the industry. There's also an interesting section that mentions how A-list guests came on board the yacht. That includes a Philadelphia rapper, a 30-year-old Atlanta rapper who rose to prominence following the release of his 2017 mixtapes, a 25-year-old British rapper, a Moroccan rapper signed to Bad Boy Records and Maybach Music Group, and a former model and CEO of a female urban clothing brand. I'm not going to guess who these people are. If anybody online wants to do their due diligence, feel free to do it. Now, I will tell you who is actually mentioned, who is named in this lawsuit, Cuba Gooding Jr. He is not a defendant in this case, but he is mentioned. And we remember that Jones actually filed a lawsuit against Cuba Gooding Jr. He says that he was sexually assaulted by the actor on Diddy's yacht, by the way, actually accused Sean Combs of facilitating this abuse. But in this lawsuit, Omarky claims that Cuba Gooding Jr. was extremely unpleasant to serve, that he sat at the bar, made derogatory comments to her, that he was visibly intoxicated, and she was in the room and witnessed him inappropriately touching Rodney Jones. So she will be an important witness in Jones's lawsuit, and vice versa. Jones and Omarky are linked in a way, right? They both are there to testify to prove the claims of the other. So quite the lawsuit, to say the least. But I got to give you some updates. Omarky's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, he told NBC News, quote, it gives us no joy or pleasure in filing the suit against Christian Combs, who has clearly adopted his father's pattern and practice of depravity. While her other attorney, Rodney S. Diggs, also told NBC, quote, I am here to fight for those who can't fight for themselves, and I applaud Grace for being so brave to come forward with her truth. However, Aaron Dyer, an attorney for Christian and Diddy, said in a statement that the lawsuit from Grace Omarky was, quote, another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn. Quote, this complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn. We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim. Now, a motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim, the court doesn't have jurisdiction, or there's some other problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it at the outset. Now, I had mentioned in a previous sidebar about how Mr. Blackburn was not only criticized by opposing counsel, but even a federal judge in New York who referred to him to the grievance committee for allegedly filing lawsuits that have deficiencies, that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention and to embarrass defendants with salacious details. So keeping that criticism in mind for a moment, where we're talking about, are these claims, are these allegations in these lawsuits credible? Just now, Instagram model Jade Rami, who Rodney Jones claimed in his lawsuit was one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker, she has fired back against these allegations from Rodney Jones. Through her publicist, Rami told Entertainment Tonight in a statement, quote, "Dating someone doesn't directly correlate to any of the false allegations made. Yes, I dated someone. How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you is real life for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. Thank you." Also, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones also listed as one of the people that Diddy claimed was a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, "I'm not a prostitute. I never sold," and she has an emoji for, you can do the math, an emoji for her private parts. "I never sold a day in my life. I hate how this is getting spun." And again, what do we make of these allegations? Serious allegations, but allegations nonetheless. And what about Diddy? In the aftermath of the lawsuits, in the aftermath of the raids, there are these videos and pictures of him that have surfaced in Miami, out relaxing, holding up the peace sign. But he also just posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song Victory, where he runs from police. And he wrote in the caption, "Bad boy for life," followed by a raised fist emoji. There are
as you hear so many different allegations surrounding this case, quite frankly, some new, some not, but it's all documented and it's all out there. So it's not any kind of make believe. These are real allegations. These are real people. These are real stories. We're going to do a little more on this and we're going to wrap it up. So thankful for everyone that came through, showed love tonight. Peace and love. Let's get to it. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. P. Diddy photos. Surface and trafficking case. His son is hit with lawsuit 5 months ago.
Are these existing civil lawsuits that have been filed against Combs and people in his inner circle. There's amended complaints of existing lawsuits that add new defendants. And that's what we want to talk about. We have Rodney Jones, music producer known as Little Rod Jones, filed a sworn declaration with the court just this week, going into more detail about what he saw and heard Combs allegedly do during the year or so they were working together on the Love album. We actually went more in depth on that new document in another episode of Sidebar. But what we want to talk about right now is that some of the people mentioned in these filings, they have responded with statements of their own, or representatives of them have released statements on their behalf, while there's others who have been silent. So, for example, there's actor Cuba Gooding Jr., who settled his own sexual abuse lawsuit last year before it could go to trial. He also pled guilty to a lesser charge of harassment for forcibly kissing a nightclub worker, avoiding jail time. But according to Jones' complaint, the actor allegedly touched and groped him inappropriately aboard Combs' yacht, even accuses Combs of facilitating this alleged abuse to happen. But the actor seems to be keeping low profile, has not responded to the allegations as far as we can see. Others, however, are speaking out and they are defending their innocence. Let's start it off with you know who best, Combs. So Combs himself, he's spoken out multiple times through his lawyers in reaction to both the lawsuits and the raids on his homes. We start in late 2023 when Combs' ex-girlfriend and bad boy entertainment artist Cassie filed a reported $30 million lawsuit accusing Combs of assault, abuse, trafficking, and a lot more. But the very next day, Combs settled the lawsuit. But I should tell you that settling does not mean that Combs admitted anything. His attorney at the time, Ben Brafman, released a statement saying, quote, Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best. Combs himself released his own short statement saying, quote, we have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love. But we know that Combs was then hit with more lawsuits after Ventura's. A woman named Joy Dickerson Neal claimed that Combs drugged and sexually assaulted her when she was in college back in 1991. She alleged that Combs filmed the rape, shared the video with others as a form of revenge porn. Diddy denied the allegations. In fact, this last-minute lawsuit is an example of how a well-intentioned law can be turned on its head. By the way, that was referred to sue for older claims of sexual abuse. But the statement goes on to say, quote, Ms. Dickerson's 32-year-old story is made up and not credible. Mr. Combs never assaulted her, and she implicates companies that did not exist. This is purely a money grab and nothing more. Then there was another lawsuit filed from an unidentified woman who claimed that Combs and singer-songwriter Aaron Hall raped her 30 years ago. Diddy, once again, in a statement through his spokesperson to People, said, quote, these are fabricated claims falsely alleging misconduct from over 30 years ago and filed at the last minute. This is nothing but a money grab. Because of Mr. Combs' fame and success, he is an easy target for anonymous accusers who lie without conscience or consequence for financial benefit. It goes on to state, the New York legislature surely did not intend or expect the Adult Survivors Act to be exploited by scammers. The public should be skeptical and not rush to accept these bogus allegations. Then Combs again issued a statement on Instagram, this one saying, enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. And by the way, I've spoken about this before in a previous sidebar that, and this was before the raids, that when you see all of these lawsuits coming out one after the other, you could say, well, people finally felt free and comfortable to go after Sean Combs. We've seen it before. Maybe it has nothing to do with the credibility of what they're saying. But then again, the other way of looking at it is lawsuit after the other, after with Cassie Ventura. Some would look at that as suspicious. I'm sure that's something that will be honed in upon by his defense team. And if this does go to trial, of course, it will be up for a jury or a judge to decide who's telling the truth. But let me actually talk to
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Understand. Yeah, man. Glad y'all could tune in tonight. You know what I'm saying? Peace and love, man. On everything, man. I be minding my business, man. Try to put on a good show for y'all. That's what I do. I put on a good show. You know what I'm saying? I let you know every time. You know what I'm saying? What it's about, what they do. No games, no lanes. I never perpetrated. You understand? For this bird brain punk bitch to even mention me and to do the shit she been doing to me, and I ain't done nothing to this faggot asshole. Like, bitch, you got an entire fucking, you got a baseball team lineup, bitch. You have a baseball team lineup. You have way more to be doing than you two and fucking with fuck niggas. And for this pussy ass nigga, man, doing all this whole ass shit behind the scenes. You understand what I'm saying? Shit. You need to sit your ass down, son. You are really in violation like a motherfucker. You really out of pocket. But nevertheless, though, I know the truth. You know just like I do. I don't give a fuck about nobody you fuck with. You understand me? I'm telling y'all now, your best bet is to shut the fuck up. I hear any kind of dumb shit. Game motherfucking over. What's up, C man?
Good. What's good with you, man?
Shit, we wrapping everything up, man. What you know good?
Are you wrapping everything up? Shit, I just now noticed I was watching television. Hey, you think Puffy gonna get out of jail?
I don't know. It's hard to say. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to say at this point. You know, they didn't give him a bond, so that says a lot. You know what I'm saying? He ain't get no bond. When you don't get no bond for the second time, that means they want your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody said if
That
he
means they
walked.
want your ass.
Everybody said if he walked, he with the people. But
Yeah,
yeah,
even if he don't walk,
but he go back on the ninth.
I'm gonna tell you something. It depends on how much time he get. Will say everything because all them type of charges, that lawyer should have told his ass to get the fuck out the country.
They say they thought he was trying to leave the country, but I don't think so. Because on them freak offs, he got consenting
They said that the
adults.
first time, but that motherfucker, yeah, they said he was
He
trying to
got
leave the first time, but he was in Miami.
he got consenting adults.
He got consent adults.
Yes, they saying he got consenting
Yeah.
adults. He ain't got no underage. But
Mm-hmm.
but on them videos, if even if they consented, but even on them videos, even if they consented, if they got him on the video drugging people, that's still a problem.
If you got a radio or TV on, y'all got to cut it down some, please. We
You
don't want
got
to get
it.
it.
Hold on, that's me. That's better.
Yes,
That,
yes, great.
that's better.
Yeah, so if he got them consenting, but if he on video drugging them, that's another story.
The first, or maybe the very first people. That's what I said. That's the same thing I said. Because otherwise, you can't get him on drug trafficking if they getting paid to be prostitutes. If he not drugging nobody, so you can't get him on drug trafficking or none of that. So he got that in his defense. You dig what I'm saying?
But the problem is when they came and arrested him, he had drugs on him.
And then he also got in his defense that, you know what I'm saying? Okay, if I drugged you before, what will make you keep coming to me to be drugged again?
Yeah, but the problem is when they arrested him, he had drugs on him.
No, I'm saying, okay, if I accuse you of drugging me, right? I accuse you the first 2 times. Yeah, you done drugged me. Now, why would I keep coming to you after 10 and 15 years and shit to let you keep drugging me? That don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. We'll see how it play out though, man.
Right. How you been though, God?
I've been all right. Watch yourself.
I've been stable, you know what I'm saying, maintaining, you know what I'm saying. We been on here a little bit. Your boy tried to call himself Go Ham, but you know it don't never work against me.
Who tried to go ham?
You know your boy always try. The nigga that do the troll shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, this Kamala Harris and Trump shit got me confused.
Well, that's what we were supposed to been looking back into to see.
Yeah, that shit real confusing.
Thing I heard was that the private debate. I ain't see the other shit.
Yeah, it's confusing though.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, it's because both is saying some good shit.
No, that's politics. That's politics. That's the whole game of politics. Say some good shit, but you don't do nothing.
Yeah, but do the vice president have any say so right now or no?
Well, both of them do. Both of them do.
So I'm
Well,
saying the vice president.
yes. Both of them do. As well, until the presidential debate, and then not even after the presidential debate, whether Trump wins or not, who's ever in office is still gonna be in office till January. I forget what date it is. I believe it's the 13th. But I forget what day it is, but I know it's in January. So they still are able to put shit in law until they leave that office.
Reason why Trump wants to win,
The slickest thing that you can do as a president to not leave office is to create a war.
Yeah, but the reason why Trump wants to be president is so his ass don't go to jail.
Well, he already a felon, and I don't understand how he running for president. I still cannot, you know what I'm saying, neglect that argument. If you are a felon, that means I should be able to run for president, right?
That's right.
You dig what I mean? He's waiting to be sentenced. He's not waiting to be convicted. He's waiting to be sentenced. He's already been convicted. You dig what I'm saying? So how can a felon run for president if I can't run for president? I feel, you know what I'm saying, used and abused right now. You dig what I mean? You playing with my intelligence.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
But I'm wrong for saying that though.
Why?
Ask your public.
A felon is a felon.
Ask your public.
Yeah, I know Champ got his ears on. Where you at, Champ?
That nigga somewhere hiding, cooking some scram scrap or some shit.
What was the subject on here, man, or was it bullshit?
I know. At first we was talking about your boy Diddy.
What was y'all saying about Diddy?
The charges that they bringing him up on, and I was talking about how he can defend himself, and we was talking about how he can convict himself also. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, human trafficking is serious, but they gotta prove it.
Well, how can he if he paying for prostitutes? That's not human trafficking. It's only human trafficking if he picking up somebody and he bringing them there. Now, if you come on your own, you can't call that human trafficking.
That's
You got to
true.
call that your dirty ass sneaking up in the party somewhere. You dig what I'm saying?
But you know his mama going against him now, right?
Oh wow! You say his mama?
I just saw it on YouTube tonight. His mama going against him.
If his mama going against him, he done lost his whole case.
She know everything
He said he
about
seen it on YouTube. He didn't say he seen it on the news or no shit like that. He seen it on
it. On
YouTube. That ain't.
YouTube. Yeah, the
No, I'm
mom.
saying
Yeah, that ain't.
what I'm saying is,
No.
regardless of where
I'm
he
saying
saw it at, I'm not
Keys.
saying it's
He
true.
saw it on YouTube. He saw it on YouTube. He didn't see it on the news or he didn't see it
I'm not saying it's
firsthand.
true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that if it is true, then he lost this whole case. If it is true that that his own mama spoke up against him, with them people, oh yeah, he lost this. Bye kitty. You gone for life, homie. You ain't about to get that short sentence. You about to get the long one.
Yeah, I saw it on
But I don't.
YouTube. Yeah, I saw it on
But
YouTube.
then you got to see who affiliated with Diddy, who about to come up from this too.
But if they go to that
Who
Kardashian
gave
girl, if
who
they go
do
to
y'all think would
if
seem to
they
gain the most out of Diddy going down? Who do y'all think would gain the most out of Diddy going down?
shit, the white people.
I'm talking about who would gain the most.
Shit, that's who's taking him down, the white people. Ciroc
That
and
was
all
the white
them.
people. They got a lot of his people shaking him down, saying that he was goddamn it, you know what I'm saying, drugging them and raping them. But what I'm saying is, okay, if he put a drug up in your damn drink, okay, because I know me, right? If I've been around you, right? Say I've been around you, right? I've been around you for years. If I felt like you drugged my drink once or twice, I'm not finna drink shit around you, or I'm not finna be around you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they say, see, they say the drugs are so damn potent. You don't remember what happened.
That's what I'm saying. Once I'm around you twice and I don't remember what happened, I know I need to get the fuck away from around you.
But when they arrested him in New York, he had drugs on him.
That means he must have been giving somebody some drugs.
He had drugs on him.
But what I'm saying in his
He had
defense,
that pink powder that he's always had. They say when they went to go get him.
in his defense, what he can say is, okay, who in their right mind sticks around a person who's drugged them more than twice? So then you telling me that you constantly coming around so that you can get drugged and knocked out and taken advantage of. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this is an argument that they can place that can help them out. You know what I'm saying?
Look what he did to Shine though. Shine said.
Okay. Okay, now, okay. Shine said that. But Shine stuck around to get drugged again. So
No,
you telling me, if you
no,
selling
no,
me,
no,
you
no, no,
felt you
no, no, no,
got
no, no,
drugged.
no.
Shine stuck around for that money.
No,
When he got out
Shine
of
didn't
prison,
get.
Right.
he had a
Okay.
deal.
Okay. But
He had a deal.
everybody's constantly saying that he drugged them to rape
Hold on,
them.
I'll be back.
So
I'll be back.
if I done
No, he
drugged you
didn't drug
twice, what
Shine.
makes you come around me a third time to drug you and rape you?
No, he didn't drug.
Obviously, there was no drugging and no raping. There was somebody that was liking that shit.
No, no, he didn't. He didn't drug Shine. What he did was send Shine to jail. Shine said when he was
Oh,
in court.
what's the argument? What's the argument? The
No, but
argument is that Diddy was drugging people and raping people, right? That's the
yep,
argument, right? Can we
yep,
agree upon that, right?
yep.
Now, all these people that says that he was drugging them and raping them have stated out of their mouth that they've been around here for either 10 to 15 years or more. So now, why would you stay around me if you know that I'm drugging you and raping you? That don't make no sense.
True.
It don't. So you telling me you just staying around so you can get drugged and get blacked out and get raped when you telling me you know you getting blacked out and raped? Get the fuck out of here. He
But you
has
know,
that up in his defense.
but you know what
That's
the
his
problem is.
biggest defense. Actually,
But
that's his biggest defense.
but you know what the problem is. They got his phone conversations.
But no, if you telling me that I'm drugging you and I'm raping you, you telling me this. You saying that I'm drugging you and I'm raping you. So if you know that I'm drugging you and I'm raping you, what makes you come around after that third time? Okay, the first time you might not have been knowing that you got drugged and raped. The second
True.
time, that what makes you calculate it, right?
True.
So by that third time, you obviously just over there to get blowed and get fucked. That's what you doing. You
True.
over there to get blowed and get fucked. You knew what that nigga was doing. It wasn't no getting drugged and getting raped. It was y'all was getting blowed and y'all was fucking each other. Don't lie on that, man. Tell the truth. You was a fag. He was a fag. That's it. Don't
True.
lie on him, man. Just
But they
because he got caught up and you want to try to make some money off of it, get the fuck out of here. Let him get caught up for what the fuck he did. But don't try to make no bogus money off that shit when you just said out of your mouth you was with him for that long and you felt like you was getting drugged and raped. That no, you was getting blowed and raped. You wasn't even
true.
getting raped. You was getting blowed and fucking.
True. But he got so many damn charges.
No, they gonna fall off. That's what I'm telling you. That's how they gonna fall off. That's their argument right there. You can't tell me that you just think that you getting drugged and raped and you keep going back to get drugged and getting raped. If you got drugged and raped, you gonna leave that shit alone.
But they got so many other charges. They got racketeering. That's the problem.
That's only making repetitive money, the racketeering, and then they can't prove him wrong on that because he's a record company. He's supposed to make repetitive money. You can't beat him on that. Nope, you ain't gonna win on that. You lost that one.
We'll see.
No, you lost that. That's that. I'm talking about legally, and I ain't even a lawyer, but I know that.
But they got human trafficking. They got racketeering. They got.
Okay, but in order for it to be human trafficking, you have to actually say that he forced and brung somebody to have some sex. Now, if he paid anybody to have some sex, that's prostitution. That's not human trafficking.
Yeah,
And
but you know.
plus, you brung yourself to those parties. Remember
But
that part. So
but you
that's
know.
not human. I didn't traffic you to that party. You trafficked yourself to that party. So get
But
yourself on human trafficking. And
but
you
you know.
making yourself a whole product of your own guiltiness because you the human who traffic yourself.
Yeah,
You dig
true.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. But them, everybody they go to, they gonna go to every single person. They gonna have a different
Oh
story.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. They definitely
To
gonna go to
clear
every single person.
their ass, they gonna say something different.
No, it's to get him locked up.
Yeah, yeah, but no, but they gonna
I
say
told
something
you,
different.
Diddy got some type of protections, but it's up order for his you know what I'm saying, lawyers to look for that. I ain't his lawyer, so I can't look for it. I can find it and get him a few good ideas, but if he don't pay me for it, I can't look for it. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But I just gave you a leeway out, Diddy, if you're listening to me. I just gave you a way out. Listen to what I said. This is legal. But
Yeah,
stop fucking them little boys, man. Get you
yeah,
some
but
grown fags and shit. Get you some grown fags. Stop fucking with them little boys.
so when they hit him with the 50 million, did they want 10% or they wanted the whole thing?
Oh no, they gonna get all they gonna get is 10% if they would have gave it to him, but they denied it.
How much is 50% of 10 million? I mean, of 50 million. Five
You
hundred
say how
thousand.
much is what percent?
10% of 50 million. How much is that?
That's 5 million.
Oh yeah, see, that was a drop in the bucket for him.
Yeah. He would have just had to pay 5 million and he would have been able to walk. Until
Yep.
the what's the name? Because he would have had to pay the rest of it off after well, if he beat it, he get the money back. But if he lose, he got to pay all of that.
Yeah, but 5 million ain't shit to him. A guy was suing him for 100 million.
That's probably why the judge said hell no.
Cause they know he gonna get on that Lear jet.
Actually, 5 million is 10% of 50 million. 250, 200, 2,500,000 is 5% of 50 million. So he would only pay 2,500,000 to go home.
Yep. And he would have got on that jet and been out of here.
Yep, he'd have went to one of those countries that ain't got no extradition laws. But he would still have to get in touch with customs and all of that though.
Why?
So he'd have probably got caught up right there
Why?
because he's flying out of the country. You have to get up in touch with customs and all of that.
You don't have to.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Not if you're on the run. You don't want to talk to nobody.
I'm just saying, so far as I believe what I know, I don't know. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if you're gonna leave the country, you have to get in touch with customs, and you're gonna have to let them know where you're going at, whether it be a country with no extradition laws or what. And you got to have the right pilot. That's if you're gonna go underhand, you got to have the right pilot that's gonna fly you over there. That's willing to take that risk also. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So it's kind of deep measures that you got to take. You know what I'm saying? When you doing certain moves like that. So that's how, you know what I'm saying, certain people money don't be where it is when they got them people on their back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you think he gonna get out, huh? Shit, R. Kelly will get out before him. You know why R. Kelly gonna get out? Cause R. Kelly finna tell.
Well, shit. Everybody about to tell.
Yeah, for all we know, R. Kelly probably told on Diddy shit.
This about to look like that song that they used to make back in the day. What's that? You will know.
Yeah.
You will know. Everybody about to tell on everybody. Watch this.
Yeah. And Drake is finna buy Rock Nation.
I just know everybody about to tell.
Yeah, Drake finna buy Rock Nation. Drake buy Rock Nation. That's gonna be big. That's gonna be huge. Cause
Who down top?
Damon Dash say he finna sell his half, and he gonna sell it to Drake.
Well,
Yeah,
do you
sell
think
it.
that'd be a good business move for him?
Hell yeah, because then he'll be in Jay-Z's pockets. Jay-Z don't like Drake anyway. So hell yeah, that'd be a good move. I just don't understand how these niggas buy these houses and shit. You can't keep that shit. It ain't yours.
No, because once you fail on paying that property tax, it's taken away from you.
Yeah, so I don't know why these niggas do that. I mean, they can afford the taxes, but niggas don't need no $100 million houses and shit. Look at Danny Glover and all them. Forrest Whitaker, they still in their same house. They could have went and bought motherfucking houses for all that money. They smart. They renovated and stayed where the fuck they was. They not smart for staying in the hood, but they smart for not giving the white man all that fucking money they made.
Right. So they got all their money they self and they got empire.
Yup. Yep. For real. For real. But shit,
To
man,
be
I'm finna.
perfectly honest with you, I don't care if I won $100 billion. I would never buy a house that costs more than $3 million.
Yep. And
I
Jay-Z
would
got.
never buy a house that costs more than $3 million.
Yep. And Jay-Z got a $200 million house. And look at them two houses Puffy had. The nigga didn't need all that shit. For what? Just to have some bras?
Exactly. You may as well just pay the bitches and got your nut off.
Yeah, it's the stupidest shit I've seen. For real. But
I
shit, I'm
can't
finna.
do it.
But shit, I'm finna shut it down. I'll tap back in tomorrow.
All right, peace, family.
Peace.
I'm about to get ready to cut up out of here on myself. You dig what I'm talking about? I gotta do a little bit of going to work tomorrow. So I'll catch y'all tomorrow night, you know what I'm saying? If everything all right, we can get high and fly like a kite, you know what I'm talking about? Right. This is the boss, Mr. Keys, you know what I'm saying? Doing everything that you know what I need, you know what I'm talking about? Ain't nothing wrong just sending the song to send everybody back home on a good foot. You did. I say peace.